All right, we too. We were just talking about how Phil, for as much as a germaphobe as Phil is, and like as weird as he is about everything,
Yeah.
like you will eat like old food in your fridge.
I'm the only. I don't make my
like
kids
I've
eat
seen
it.
you eat like expired food.
Well, I was just saying that the tacos I ate today are leftovers, and I've been eating
From, like,
the
a week.
I think it was like Sunday, so it's been like 5 days.
Yeah, but that stuff doesn't like.
And it didn't sit well, and then there was like some salsa from a Mexican restaurant we
But
went
you're
to
doing
last
that
week.
all the time. You food poison yourself like on a regular basis.
All day I've had this like pit in my stomach. I think it might have been the salsa
then,
was bad.
Like you're
it
always
turned a
doing these
little-
weird things, like eating too many chili peppers.
Oh yeah,
eating like too much garlic. Like you, like I found out that like you told me like I didn't even know this until recently that like you have a horrible like garlic allergy
garlic
or something, but
Whoa.
you eat them in large quantities
love them
anyways.
so I'm like seriously allergic to them. Like
you say, like diarrhea all the time.
Well, those ones more make me like have these raunchy burps that come from like deep within my stomach rumbles, and it's like my bowels releasing gas directly out of like the pyloric sphincter there. Like I don't know what happens, but it's bad. It's not like brushing my teeth. I could brush and floss and mouthwash, gum. None of that would do it. It's my body reacting to it in a bad way. And I love onions so much.
But you don't care.
I had onions on the tacos, the leftover 5-day tacos today.
That's great.
Yep.
Here you are.
And here I am. Oh my gosh. They were good, but I think some of those salsas might have turned. The tortillas
probably turned.
The tortillas were really stale. Like I had to microwave them to get them to be rubbery enough to chew them down. And
why do you do that to yourself?
Because I didn't want to waste it. I was like, oh, these are.
It's not wasting it. It's old bad food.
Well, that's what I ate, and then I didn't have to like eat any other stuff because I couldn't because my belly was like.
But you're like afraid of like all kinds of germs and bacteria, and you're like eating.
But it's leftovers
with bacteria. What do you
but
think?
I monitor. I know where it's been. It's been
all
in the fridge,
kinds of bacteria growing.
Sealed in the little thing.
There's bacteria growing in there. You're eating bacteria.
Probably shouldn't
like,
have had them today. When I ate the leftovers yesterday, it was okay, but probably today I should have drawn the line. It's pretty bad.
Hey, you need to post a new Brax comic that you never post.
Oh yeah.
Remember that comic that we have?
I remember that.
They were like so close,
almost.
Yet so far away.
So close, but yet so far.
We've been on like 480 something for like a year.
Like a month.
Like a month
and a half.
More like a year. Like a year and a month.
No.
We've been on like 480, like 80, 480s for a long.
Well, it's for a few months.
Long. Yeah. We haven't posted a comic in a few months, let alone.
It's been a month and a half.
No.
When was the last one?
I'm gonna say like September.
No.
Yes.
Maybe.
Definitely September. September 13th.
Yeah, that's like a month.
It's like over a month and a half.
That's pretty bad.
And then before that, it was like August. And then before that, it was like
August.
Very early August. The beginning of July. June, 482.
Yeah, it's bad.
June 1st, 481. May 480.
That's in the 480 since May.
So yeah, May. So May was when we entered 480.
Yeah.
And then May 4th. And then April. I mean, I guess
it's pretty. See, so you can see exactly where it was.
There's been all kinds of.
It was when it was this new school year has been killing me. In the summer.
Yeah, the new school year where you said you were going to have all kinds of time now. Because this was the previous school year and you were posting. So this new school year where you have more time.
But I actually I have less. Because the kids have so much more, like, responsibilities. Luke has homework now. Audrey has homework. I got 2 classrooms I got to go work in now. It's been crazy. This week in particular, because I did that whole thing in Audrey's class.
There's a couple other big jumps.
There are. Now, okay, let me ask you this while you're doing this. if I click through like you're doing right now and look through them, eventually it like gives me a thing like an error, like I'm clicking through them too fast.
Probably.
Like that's something from
That's just from our web server because we
don't want people to do that.
I don't know. I don't think there's a way to fix it, and if we do fix it, then it will cause a bunch of other things to happen. Because it's a spam prevention.
Well, because like for me, sometimes I'm like just trying to click through and remember a story point, so I'm like clicking, and then it'll get mad at me that I click too much.
You click too much, and you gotta let the cookies cool.
I do. I need to let the cookies cool.
Because it's to prevent people like stealing images and stealing our bandwidth, because that was a major problem.
Right.
And we can't. I don't know.
Well, I need to just look at.
Sure, there's a way to fix it, but I don't know how.
But sometimes it's just easier just to click through on there than like, because it's there.
Well, don't do that.
It's not a big deal though.
I don't know. I don't want to try and.
No, don't mess with anything. It's not a big deal.
I want to break everything.
Don't break anything.
Last time I tried to upgrade the blog software, I broke like everything, and I was freaked out. And then I don't know.
Wish they would do a new Nintendo Humble Bundle. I wonder if that like didn't go well or
it did pretty well.
How often do they do? I mean, like.
Well, they're doing computer ones. They're back to like doing computer ones all the time because when they do a Nintendo one, they can't do the computer ones. I think do way better.
Well, so, I mean, like, how often do they change it? Like every few weeks?
Like once every few weeks.
Okay. So they could do another one though.
Yeah. I also think it might be up to Nintendo. I mean, it definitely is up to Nintendo.
True that.
They have to find other developers that are. It's a lot of work.
I'm still playing through some of those good stuff.
I haven't played any.
A lot of good games in there. I haven't played all.
Well, I'd already played like most of them, but just not on the Wii U, and I still haven't.
Fall. That one was really, really cool. I mean, I still haven't played through it all, but super good.
Cool.
Let's see. Other pre-show interestingness. Let's see. Kids had all their dress-up days this week. So they had Backwards Day. They had
a Neon Day.
There was today. It was Pajama Day for Luke, and then Audrey was Scarecrow. They dressed like a scarecrow. Costume Day. No, it was Disney Day where they could dress up in a Disney costume. So Luke went as Mickey Mouse. He had like this old Mickey Mouse costume that's super cute. And he like barely fits in it anymore. And then Audrey had her on a dress. So it was pretty cute. What was the other one? Backwards Disney Neon today. Oh, and then there was like Blast from the Past Day where they just had to dress like another era. And Janelle made Audrey kind of like, I think it was like 1920s, sort of like flapperish. And then Luke had his like Newsies outfit on. And it's pretty cute too.
It was very suave.
Yeah. With like bow tie and everything.
And his like newsboy hat.
Yeah, and like the pinstripe suit. Yeah.
It's cool. It was weird at work today because like most people did not dress up.
Yeah.
But there would be like every once in a while you'd see somebody dressed up like really dressed up, and you could tell they like really regretted it.
Did you dress up?
No, because like nobody. I don't know. I'm not a big wear costumes at work, and like unless they're like very encouraging of it. But like here, like they never saw anything about it. And like I know some departments, but like there was like a dude like full on like a really good like makeup and everything scarecrow costume in the cafeteria, and he just looked really depressed,
like a depressed scarecrow.
Because like you probably got people all day just bugging him.
Hey, scarecrow.
Like I don't know, it was funny. But then like there were more people that came in costume because like people could bring their kids, and like if I had nobody told me about that, because I would have been like, you guys should come and bring your kids and get a ton of so much candy.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, I didn't even know about it till I was like going around with deliveries, and I was like, there's a bunch of people here with their kids, and like they were seriously just giving out just tons of candy, and there was like just various snack stations.
There's so much candy at my house, right? It's so bad, and everywhere. The show tonight.
Well, I like brought a bunch. I'm surprised you didn't bring me any. You've been bringing me bags of candy.
Because I like ran home, kicked Janelle and the kids out of the car, and then came over here because we were running late.
Because I brought a bunch of candy home last time, and that was good.
Still got some ginger drops, at least I see.
Yeah, ginger drops.
So there's definitely more. And tomorrow, I mean, who knows? I don't know though. It's weird on the website. They made it look like it's only an hour long now. I don't know if that's long enough to get.
You get a bunch.
I feel like it was like 3 hours last time, wasn't it?
We didn't do the whole 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, you just gotta walk around.
Steve Espinoza just had an XL crackle bar.
Crackle bar is good.
Is that what they're called?
Crackle.
For some reason, that sounds weird to me right now.
Well, it's LE, I think.
Yeah. Anyway. That's good. Was it tasty? I don't know.
Why don't you bring me any candy now? I want some candy.
Bring me some candy. When I was a kid, I used to love those, like crunch bars. They don't do it for me as much.
I got way into them because I remember, like, my grandparents always had, like, candy. And, like, for the longest time, they just had, like, things of, like, blow pops. So I, like, just, like, always just blow pops. And then those Lifesavers ones, those Lifesavers pops, which are, like, because, like, Lifesavers is a candy, like, that's a really... Like, you know, when they'd be like, I got candy, and it'd be Lifesavers.
Yeah, like, oh, okay.
But, like, those lollipops were really good. And there's all the different flavors. And, but then, like, I don't know, one year my grandpa just started getting just bags of the miniatures assortment. And Crackle was in the miniatures assortment. So I was, and those were usually my go-tos because I was always, like, afraid to get like a symphony or like something.
Oh, but symphonies are so good.
At the time, I was not a dark chocolate guy, and this is like dark symphony.
You know, I'm not a huge dark chocolate fan, but if it's there, I'll eat it.
Well, at the time, like it would get to be like where that was all those, then I'd start eating it. But like they always had like, and this is again like this is like this is why you're fat because like they just had all this candy
my
everywhere.
Grandparents always had a candy bucket. Like you've been there, you've seen it's still there. In fact, well, Steve, since you mentioned freezing them, there was, so, you know, like when you're a kid, you do the fundraisers. I can't remember what it was for, Cub Scouts or something. I did this fundraiser where I had to sell a bunch of candy bars. And who actually buys those when you're a kid is your family, right? But nobody else buys
boxes of them.
So my grandparents, and I think we got to go on like a trip to Disneyland or something like that. And so my grandparents just ordered however many it took for me to get to go on the trip. So it was like boxes and boxes of them. And they had this big freezer out in the garage, and they just filled the freezer with them.
You just like every time you came
like a year and a half, there was just that's how many they bought. We would just go out there and just just eat all these tons. There, have as many as you want, and there were just boxes of frozen Kit Kats out there. And it was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I've told this over and over again. Like I've told the story over and over again. My best friend, his dad like owned a movie theater, and then when he sold it, he took all the candy because that wasn't part of the. Because he's like, so then like it was just sitting in his. We would just go out in the garage and just like all the time, like for like over a year.
And this is what
happened. Nonstop. Yep. Every time, like I would find excuses to go over to the Carol's house because like, and then I'd just be like, hey. Go check out something in the garage. And they had a macadamia nut tree, so we'd just be like eating macadamia nuts, and
that's cool. I didn't know those could grow over here.
Oh yeah,
I know they're in Hawaii, right?
Yeah, it's just in San Diego. It's pretty tropical.
I guess so, yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, dude. But you had to, those things, no nutcracker could open those things. We'd take them, we'd get like fill up a bucket worth, and they had like a vice, like you had to crack those open like in a frick. Oh yeah, dude, they're like ultra.
Obviously,
they're like hardcore. Like you can't.
Huh.
There is no normal nutcracker that will crack those things open.
Literally in a vice.
We used a vice.
That's
like
cool.
To open them.
Yeah, the walnuts I just take two and crush them together in my hand. But
macadamia nuts are like hardcore. I don't
know if I've ever had one in a shell before.
They're like super hardcore.
Had them in cookies, and they're delicious.
Yeah. I still don't understand I feel like that the price of macadamia nuts is like, I feel like it's outrageous on purpose, because if they're so expensive, why are chocolate chip macadamia nut cookies not like $3 more expensive?
Those are always like the bargain ones.
Or they're the same price as the other ones. So I'm like, this is BS. Like
some marketing.
Also like the whole most of them are imported from Hawaii, and so like that costs more money, I guess.
Yeah, but
like you gotta send them they come over in a boat. Whereas like almonds and walnuts, most of those come from like Northern California,
right? They don't have to go
Central Valley,
my backyard,
and Phil's backyard. But that's why it was nice. My friends had, so we wouldn't have to buy, because we just come over and you have to,
the tree.
Whatever, as long as you viced your own,
vice your own nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really thirsty.
Right. So,
I'll turn off.
Oh yeah, we'll do the air. Want me to do it?
I'll do it.
All right, you do it. So speaking of the orchard, at the moment we got walnuts. We're gonna have persimmons soon, so get ready for some persimmons. They're not there quite yet, but
you're telling the audience to get ready.
Telling the audience, because there's gonna be a lot of persimmon talk coming up here, and if you want to make cookies out of persimmons, you want to win some. And then we have some tomatoes growing in right now.
You need to mail people persimmons?
Can you mail like fruit? I feel like there's like, you're not allowed to take fruit across state lines.
They send fruit in the mail all the time.
Yeah, but don't they have to have like special permits or something? I don't know. Plus, I'm not going to waste money to send people persimmons. No one wants persimmons. If someone wants them, they have to come and get them. Because persimmons ruined my phone. That's how I ruined my last phone, Had it in my pocket with a persimmon. It's always a bad idea.
That might have been one of the dumbest things.
That was one of the dumbest things. The speakerphone didn't work because there was persimmon gunk lodged in the speaker. Hey, did you have like a good windstorm out here last night?
Yeah, it scared the crap out of me.
Me
I woke up at like 4 a.m. and it was just like, whoosh,
No, it woke me up and I thought someone was trying to break in our house.
It was so loud.
I was seriously like doing the sneak around, like looking out the windows, like trying to see.
You didn't immediately tell it.
No, because I'm like
the wind was so loud.
I was asleep, so all I heard is like at the door. I'm like, oh, crap, someone's trying to get in our house, and then it's like a tree doing this or whatever,
Who's trying to get into your house?
I don't know. When I'm asleep, I don't have logical thoughts. I had the craziest dream last night, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It was like I think because I kept getting woken up by the wind, and I won't obviously tell the whole details because it's boring, but the main thing was we were at this like beach, and everyone was excited because this humpback whale was coming up close to the beach. And it was when Luke was a baby and Audrey was like 2 or 3, and I was carrying Luke, and the whale kept coming up, and Janelle's like, no, don't get any closer. And the whale came up on the beach and like rolled over Luke and I, but I like covered him up like this, and it squished us down into the sand. And then I came up and we were okay, and this like humpback whale rolled over us. And then the news caught it, and so we were getting interviewed like on the news about how we survived being rolled over by a whale. And that was like this whole dream, and like it was the aftermath of having been rolled over by a whale.
When you're a parent, dude, like it's not from like when I talk to my mom, like my mom always had dreams of us getting like murdered and stuff, and then she'd tell us, and it would like scare the crap out of me, because she would tell us, because she had these really detailed dreams, like But is that like I think that's a very common thing when your parent is like your kids are just always
your kids, like,
in peril.
I mean, again, like last night, like we were gonna get killed by this whale rolling over us, but I was able to like save us.
My mom told me this nightmare that she had about us that like gave me nightmares. So she dreamt that like this was like when we were living at we lived at this place called Sea Point, which was like a tennis club and it had like multiple pools.
Okay.
And like so when we used to, my brother and I would just go to the pool, like we'd go walk over there by ourselves. And so one time she told us this. I'm like, why would you tell us? This is messed up. She said she dreamt that we went to go to the pool and then we never came back. And then she came to the pool and we weren't there. And some man came up to her and said, are these your sons? And he handed her a picture of us. And it was a picture of us in the pool. And she's like, God. Those are my sons. And he told her like, they're dead.
Why would she tell you that?
And I'm like, that's
why would you want to know
freaking messed up.
Oh my gosh.
But like the man had like taken a picture of us and then I don't know.
That's like giving me shivers just thinking about it. That's creepy. Are these your kids? They're dead. Wow. I would definitely not tell my kids the nightmares that I've had. It's true.
Like, hey, too. Luke, I dreamed last night that you died.
Hey! Like I even just like being awake, like walking through a parking lot and you see like cars driving fast and you immediately think, what if that car hits me? Like I'm rolling and how am I going to keep my kid from getting hit? Like your brain goes some weird places when it's not just you have to like, think of. It's kind of weird. It makes for weird dreams. So, entertaining ones though.
Most of the dreams I have that Audrey's in is like she's like some super genius.
So like reality.
Yeah, but like when she's like older and she's like I had one where it was like Flight of the Navigator and she ended up getting like put in some NASA room because they were like studying her and we had to like try and break her out.
That's awesome.
So I was like, they want to tap into her brain.
Yeah, I won't be surprised. Luke too. We got these. You remember those like invisible pen kind of workbook things? They had them when we were kids. Where it's blank and then you fill it in. And so it has like coloring pages, but also like games and stuff. And one of them that was in there was kind of like Battleship. No, I'll do it. It was kind of like Battleship where it has like a grid and then it would say like C7 and you have to fill that in. And Luke was like going through and doing it. I showed him like how the grid works. And he like went through and filled out the whole entire thing and solved it correctly.
Beat those Zelda games. I mean, I'm sorry.
No, like it's amazing. So he understands like graphing a point now. It's kind of fun. I'm helping him through the Spirit Tracks one on the DS right now. Mm-hmm. And I say helping him through because the whole I'm gonna sneeze. No. The whole like train mechanic in it, it's kind of lame.
Did I talk about when I talked about Wrestling Road Diaries? Did I talk about how Daniel Bryan can sneeze with his eyes open?
What? Don't they pop out?
It's the freakiest thing.
It's weird.
I've ever seen. He'll be like, because he's always like showing people, be like, look, and he'll do it, and it's like the weirdest thing.
Oh gosh!
What if his eyes did pop out?
Isn't that just like from Calvin and Hobbes? That's probably why we all think that, right?
Because that's what
it's in Calvin and Hobbes.
It's so weird because he does it on that DVD.
Funny. I've never seen that. So should we get started here?
Because he talked about it in his book, and I'm like, that's not real.
But you can actually see
and then you can see him do it. Because I'm like, sure, you can say that, but I'm like, you're probably going, but like, no, like it's not, they're not like all the way open, but they're like almost all the way open. Because he intentionally will like try, and he can do it. And then I started trying to do it. I can't do it because I'm like, and he says he didn't even try. He's like, it's not like he trained himself. He just one day realized that he could do it.
So can he actually watch the spray like coming out of his face then? So nasty. I hate the ones that like sneak up on you, or like you don't know you're gonna sneeze, and I was like, I had
my
one the other
computer
day.
screen.
I was driving in the
like
truck.
and
like the whole side window, I grab on my head. I'm like, gross. I have to like wipe it down. But you don't know it's coming sometimes.
Yeah, I've sprayed on like all over the place.
The most embarrassing one ever is I was in like junior high, and we would first started hanging out with like the Pools and then Derek Hewley, and like I probably just met them, and we went on like a little overnight backpack trip, just around Big Bear, and in the morning we had scrambled eggs, and like I had just taken a big mouthful of eggs, and then all of a sudden one of those surprise sneezes came up, and I was like turning my head to like sneeze like out of because we're like in a little circle around the campfire, you know. I'm like, oh, like turning my head, but it like launched right here, like right into his face. I sneezed egg like all over his face, and I was so.
Oh, dude, I have that beat.
Okay.
We had our special my sophomore year of high school. We had our special like lunch from because we finished the yearbook, and it was like our whole yearbook staff, and I was I was sitting directly across from this girl Adrian. She was like a senior, and she was like captain of like all the sports teams. She was like uber jock, and she was like really cool, and I like had just eaten like a mouthful of chips or something, and I sprayed it like right here. Yeah. It was at Las Olas on 101. You know when you're driving by, there's like the chart house, and like it's like right across. It's like every time I go by there, I just remember like that's where I sneezed. Right, just like a bunch of like happy chips.
So nasty.
Because I had like a mouthful of food, like sneezed and like,
and then it's all in your nose. Yeah. All right. There was a long time where I couldn't eat corn or an apple without like getting it lodged up into my it would go up my septum and get lodged in the back of my nose. So every time I ate an apple or corn, I'd have to blow my nose and have like little chunks of corn or apple skin come out. It hasn't happened as much lately.
There was a kid in school named Derek.
Noodle?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, we had those kids too. There's always one of those kids. Every school has a noodle kid that can cough a noodle up through his nose and like
the nastiest.
Why is that? Like why? I thought maybe that we had the only noodle kid.
No, I think there's a noodle kid in there's always a noodle kid.
Yeah. Somehow I knew that's what you were gonna say when you said it.
Yeah, he did it. I remember the first time he did it was at the Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah.
And then we told everybody at school, and then he did it at school, and he was like the hero of the school.
Okay, so like on that like human
Derek Caverno.
So there was this like thing that people would do at my school. It was like in junior high. They would like hock a loogie and like hanging out their mouth.
And
they got to where like they could do it and
touch the ground,
or like they would hit a piece of paper and
suck
it up.
My brother could do that,
and there was like a bunch of kids, and I thought they were so cool. At the
time. Like thinking about it now, you're like, what were we doing?
Disgusting.
Like what?
I like remember practicing trying to do it, and I couldn't do it.
My brother could do gnarly things with loogies. I remember one time the craziest thing I ever saw. My brother and I we'll like remember this and be like, that was crazy. We're at my grandparents' house in the basement where we used to stay, and like imagine like being on, because like we were sitting on like we were on one my brother was sitting on his bed, and then there was like another twin bed, and then the wall. So like imagine that wall like right like where the heater is. Okay. My brother hocked a loogie, and it seriously traveled so fast and so far that it hit that wall, and it just like splattered. Like, but it was like the gnarliest. Like, I've never seen anybody hock a loogie across a room, let alone one that like, you know, normally could barely, but like it just like with a force, like you heard just a splat.
But some of those guys like they train, I don't know what. Yeah. And again, at the time, like those guys are the cool guys, and now I'm like, Those are the dudes that were like spitting snot. Like it's so gross.
And like twirling it around and doing other tricks.
I remember like the sticky hands where you could pick the paper. They would do that with the snot and like try to suck up paper to them. I was like, that's so cool.
Disgusting.
Yeah. That was the people that I was jealous of in junior high.
And then people like kids are. That's why again, kids are disgusting germ factories.
When I go into the kids' classrooms and if I just sit there and
remember the whole gleeking thing.
Yeah. Yes.
Just people spitting on you.
Yeah. But like
again, I got spit on.
Like, why was it only the like tough, cool kids that could do that? Because all the nerds, like I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it on purpose.
As a tough boy,
just the tough boys, like
I'm gonna spit on you.
And I remember like you would just see like little dots
be
on
sitting
your paper
there getting just spat on.
Yeah.
What the hell? If I were a teacher now and I saw anybody spitting, I would just like, dude,
hepatitis, man.
That's
can't do that.
Disgusting. And wet willies.
Yeah.
It's a lot of spit and bodily fluids and
pencil fighting.
I got stabbed with a pencil.
Okay, but they had this thing in my school. I don't know.
Where like every
had to like one person would hold it like this, and the other would like slam it down and try to break it in half, and you'd see who could break it the smallest.
Yeah.
That was like banned. Like that was a huge no-no at our school because there would just be all these chunks of broken pencils everywhere.
That got banned. Paper footballs got banned. So much stuff got
quarters, like playing quarters.
Yeah.
That was a big thing.
Because then you had like pogs and And then I remember there was like a marble phase at our school because
I tried to get marbles to happen. Like I wanted to.
I think it was like either right before pogs or it was like an after pog thing where once pogs got banned, they're like, all right.
Marbles are cool.
Because Pogs was marbles.
Right, just a different form of playing it.
And so when they banned Pogs, they're like, fine, we'll bring marbles. I remember because people would just come up with new things to do, and then it would get banned. Because I remember there was a dominoes. Really? Like, I swear, like dominoes happened.
Like the retirement home.
But I think that might have been in junior high. I know there was a dominoes thing, and then that got banned.
Poker, there's definitely like poker time when everyone wanted to play
poker,
blackjack.
BS, war, just like different card games, and then I remember like just going through things until
that was banned. Yeah, but again, all the like spit things, I just can't believe that was
so much spit stuff.
So spit wads,
of
course. But I remember like in the bathrooms. Kids would take paper towel, toilet paper, and soak it and throw it up on the ceiling. And then it would either like harden
up. One of the
there.
first times I ever got time out, which is like detention, like during recess, which is just so evil, was because I was in the bathroom and all the tough boys were doing that, and they all ran out, and then the teacher came in, and I was like, I wasn't doing it, but because he was accused, you know me, that just made me he's like, oh look, you're worked up. I'm like, and it just made me more upset, and I was like flipping out, and then I got because I got a second time out for talking back. I always
so not fair.
I would get because I was very me, like I just get very worked up, and so I would always get in trouble for something, and then I'd get in double trouble for like
back.
I remember getting the only like I think I got detention in high school like maybe 3 times, and it was all for like talking back to the teacher.
Sass.
Basically.
You're always sassing.
Because I'd be like, no! Like,
I can imagine a young Brendo being very indignant about whatever the thing was.
Yeah, my first, because I remember at Santa Fe Christian, which like I don't even think they normally gave out detention. It wasn't like a thing. Because then they'd have to pay a teacher it was like they were like always struggling for money. And I got a detention there for back talking. I got 1 detention at Torrey Pines for doing, I don't know what I think I pissed off a teacher like somehow. And again, she was I think it was Miss Alaska. She was like my favorite teacher, but like it doesn't matter when you
That's funny.
Yeah, I never, because like in high school I barely ever got in trouble, like ever. And that was the only times I got in trouble was back talking.
The only time I ever got in trouble was in high school. One time I got a bus citation because when we pulled up to a stop sign, I like changed seats really quick and I got caught. That was it. And I remember like just crying like a baby coming home, and my parents were like, "Yeah, I think you're gonna be okay." 1 bus citation.
Yeah, I never got in trouble on the bus because I was just thinking about how am I going to get out of here without getting beat up.
Well, and that was the thing, is like I was sitting by someone I didn't want to sit by.
Yeah.
And this other kid was like, "You can come sit by me." And I'm like, "Okay." And then I did, and that was it.
See, I had a buddy at all times. I wouldn't go.
Do you have your bus buddy?
If Tim wasn't there, I'd take the hit and like sit right behind the bus driver. I'd rather get like mocked for that than like risking like
whatever else.
Or I'd fake an asthma attack knowing that Tim wasn't on the bus. It's like I'd get on the bus in the morning, see that Tim wasn't there, and then something would always happen if he wasn't there because Tim was my bus buddy, and I'd get attacked I'd always get at some point I get attacked. So I remember I swear to you I did this multiple. So growing up, I had a get out of school free card called asthma, and I am not gonna lie, there were times I would never fake an asthma attack, but I induced asthma attacks.
That's awesome.
But it was never like I think I only did it like once because I just didn't want to be at school. I always had a reason. So any time that like I knew I was gonna be on my own on the bus on the ride home, so in the morning it's not as bad because you get off the bus, you're at school,
right? So
not too much can happen between getting off the bus and then getting to school because it's like right in front of the school.
Right.
There were a few times though where some really brazen guys would like do stuff like right there.
But you're
safer. But God forbid you get off that bus and you don't have some kind of backup, because once that bus leaves, like, and it's you and your house is however far away, like, and all the parents are at work, like it's like freaking Thunderdome, man. Like
Lord of the Flies after school edition.
Again, I kid you not, half the reason why I was in band was because I had that giant saxophone, used it as a weapon.
You got a shield.
But if Tim was gonna, I'm kid you not, I would by like 4th period, I'd be like, all right, I got to figure out how to have my mom come pick me up, like
asthma.
So I'd have an asthma attack, get out of school early.
It's pretty good.
Because that's how bad.
Did she catch on?
I'm sure she did, but like, I don't know.
One way or another, you needed to get out of school.
But I did that more than my share of times. But yeah, it was like a get out of school free card.
I did not have that. This was before cell phones. So like you had to get like.
And my mom worked. Luckily, also my mom worked at home most of the time.
Right.
There were times where she had an office, but I always knew like. Whereas my dad, like he could be anywhere, like out and about, whatever. Where my mom, I was always either because she either was at her office or when she had an office, or she was most of the time she was at home.
So you knew you could get to her.
Yeah. And then she'd come pick me up and give me some lecture about like working, and cause she was working, and then she'd put me to bed and then go back down and go back to work. And then I'd sit there and read books, and
you didn't have to. Yeah. Well, use it. You got to use what you got.
Until I even was scared to be in my room because the neighbor kid was shooting BBs at me.
Did you have like a window?
Yeah. I could get freaked out because I'd hear the plink. I don't know. I was worried they were going to break the window. Yeah. But it was too. I guess he'd have to get really close.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's a really
never broke the window.
But that little plink, I could see that.
I just remember the first time I realized what was happening because I was sitting there practicing my saxophone, and I just kept hearing this noise. And at first, I just was like, I don't know what that is, but maybe it's something. And then I like, and my window was open, And like, so I just heard this, like, I was like, what the frick is that? And then I heard this laughing from across the street, and then that's when I freaked out.
Do they even sell BB guns anymore? Is that still a thing?
Yeah.
In the South?
I mean, sell airsoft guns. It's almost true. The same thing.
I have an airsoft gun.
I know you can buy BB guns. Like, I'm pretty sure you can go on Amazon and buy a BB gun right now.
Shoot your eye out, kid.
Shoot the fat kid across the street's eye out. That's when I was truly scared. I'm like, he's using weapons now. Like, this was the kid that like dumped milk on me, and like maybe once in a while, because he was like the weird one where like you never knew what you were gonna get. He was like the scary junkie, because like with like homeless people, or like you always like sometimes they can be nice, right. Like there's like a nice homeless dude, or like that's gonna come sometimes out. You like there'll be like some tweaker that like you could talk to, but like you always how it is, you always kind of with a homeless person or a obvious drug person, you always have like one
that guy on the walk home, like early in the morning, you're talking about wrestling with him.
You always got to be kind of, because you like never know what's gonna happen. Like that can turn bad like so really easy quick. And like again, having been jumped and like all this stuff, so and I think that's where it starts, because this kid sometimes he just be super nice and like he's like, oh, come over, let's play Nintendo, let's hang out, let's do this, and then every once in a while he just like he'd attack like. And like, and again, he grabbed it because like sometimes, like this is the kid I remember. I told this story first day at junior high school. It was like declaring your allegiance. It was like that freaking scene in American History X where he shows his tattoos off in the prison yard.
Right.
Because like I remember there was a bunch of tough boys, like older kids, and he's like looking around and he made his decision, and he like, because they were giving me crap, and he's like, hey, watch this, and he took his milk and dumped it on my head. This was my friend. And I'm like, that was my first day at junior high school. That's what I do. I'm like, I'm screwed. Like, I am screwed. Because, like, is this what junior high is? Like, getting betrayed by your, like, because, again, he was my neighbor. We'd grown up together. And, like, yes, every once in a while, like, he would have these weird things where he'd, like, randomly attack us. But, like, then he'd apologize. And, like, but then, like, when he, like, by 8th grade, he was shooting people with BB guns.
But I had, I mean, not quite to that degree, but there was always those kids that, like, in 5th grade, we were great friends. And then you get into, like, junior high and stuff, and all of a sudden they want to be cool, and I'm not cool, so they don't want to hang out anymore.
Can't buy me love, man.
Yeah.
One minute you're all hanging out at your friend's fort, the next minute they're throwing shit at your house.
Yep.
You threw shit in my house! It's the best.
But it's so
that's like high school, like that whole experience, like when, like, in a nutshell, like the whole popularity thing is just like that. See, like it's like it is, and it's like, and especially like because it's hard to grasp like what is happening.
Yeah.
Because you're going through stuff, and then like that stuff is happening, and it's freaking. Like, because I was reading all these essays about Battle Royale, and like how, like, really when you think about it, like, junior high school is war.
Yeah.
Like, it is. Like, like it's not that much of a difference.
Different like, factions, and they're against each other, and
like, there's definitely like, it's not too much of a stretch. Like,
no.
We're not literally, but some people are fighting for their lives, like, and like it changes you. And I don't know. I always think about what if I like, because I feel like I was hitting a turnaround point, like my 8th grade, but I feel like if I hadn't gotten out of there, I feel like something real bad would have happened, like real bad. I don't know, but it was like a freaking war zone, man.
Yep.
And I still have flashbacks sometimes, and
it's like talking about now, except it was junior high.
Well, I'll never forget that when that freshman kid, when I was my senior year of college and I was an RA, and he made some fat comment, and it was just like, it all, like, he was every tough boy, and I seriously grabbed him and like did a Biff Tan and like lift him up by his collar, slammed him against the wall, like both of his feet were off the ground. I put the fear of God into that kid. Like, I'm surprised he didn't pee himself. And then I realized what I was doing, and I was like, whoa. Like, I'm sorry. Never say that to me again, obviously. But you brought a whole. There's a lot more going on here. This isn't all you. Like, it just brought a lot up. But never do that again, because I might murder you. Like,
I still love Matthew's stories of sitting on people. I know he's told them on the show, but
well, as a fact, like that's your defense.
Right.
You have to have something. That's the only reason why I didn't get completely destroyed.
Because you have that.
You have that power, and it's sometimes like I broke a kid's rib in Boy Scouts because he was like a relentless. Where I just like snapped, and like I jumped on him.
You remember Matthew did the one where he like yelled so loud at a kid he made a girl pee her pants because they were like being mean to someone in the class, and he was like trying to defend them. He's like, stop! And then he peed her pants. Then he said he blacked out and doesn't remember. Like he like was out in the hallway and like, what happened? I don't know what happened.
That's great because I've never had that. The only time anything remotely like that happened was when the dude pulled a knife. And I just like the next thing I knew his jaw was broken.
That's like true hulking out.
Well, that was like, but that's like scary. But like in that instance, I see like that was like my like instincts kicking in because it did. Like I don't know. I think that guy was gonna stab me. Like he pulled a knife on me, and there was nobody around.
He very well might have.
That was scary. Junior high was horrible. Like, gosh, dude, a freaking knife pulled on me.
Man, I mean, I just hid out. I stayed in the classroom every day I could.
Well, that was the thing. Like, I did that, and this was during PE class. And this kid knew that I was like, I would walk the laps because I didn't have to run.
Right.
So I was like way behind. He like staked it out. Like, that was freaking crazy.
That's like psychopath.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's premeditated.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was like, that's where I was. And then I was scared because he was in a gang. And then I thought that it was like an act of the gang, not like just
initiation kind of thing.
Like, I don't know. I thought I had somehow like crossed this gang and they were all after me. So then I was really scared. And for a while it like made me kind of racist because they were Hispanic. They were as a Hispanic gang. So that was for a good like year. I was scared of all Hispanic kids.
Glad you got
but I got past that.
That's good.
Well, because there was another one of them, like another one in that same gang. It was this, I don't know, it was this gang. They were a gang, like, and I think it was like the junior division of this, because it was like a real gang in Encinitas, and I think they had like their junior division, like, I don't know, like, and I don't know, it was scary, and another one of them, every time he saw me, would like punch me, and that was there was a time when like I wrote this scene because it's really funny, but it really happened. Is like I saw this girl that she waved at me, and I was all excited, so I waved her, and then I didn't notice this kid. He came right up, like, and was like, hey, Creasy, and I think I was like, this was the greasy Creasy.
Right.
And he's like, greasy, boom, punched me, knocked the wind out of me. So then when she's come by, she's like, hi, and I was like, and she looked at me all weird, because it knocked the wind out of me.
Oh man!
And that was a kid that like. Originally, again, like I remember we met at 6th grade camp, and he was cool at 6th grade camp, and then again, junior high, all bets off.
Yeah, it's just kind of became every man for himself, and a lot of times that turned into picking on someone else. Well, I can tell you, I went to a school that was very heavily white because we lived in Big Bear, and they're just as mean. So race has nothing to do with it.
But again, like, because I don't know. I look back and I'm like, why did it have to be a Mexican kid that pulled a knife on me? Because I know that's how it starts for people.
Yeah. Well, I just think,
but I didn't.
The scary white kid.
Well, we got beat up by some white kids, so. Well, then also like,
tough boys come in all shapes, sizes,
as we have definitely found out.
Yep. We should check the mic.
All right.
We're on the Yeti.
Yeah. Check 1, 2, testing. Hello.
Check, check, checkity, check, check. That's good.
You're so far away.
Well, I'm gonna go spit my gum out real quick. I'm not chomping on this recording.
Check 1, 2, testing. Hello.
Check. Oh.
What?
I just saw one of the notes from Audrey on your fridge.
Yeah.
Dear Uncle Brendo.
This is my Valentine.
I know. All right. We're ready. Let's do this.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
And we've got an action-packed show tonight.
Yes, thrills, chills, and stunning spills.
It's the day before Halloween.
It is. It's actually technically Halloween already.
It's Halloween right now.
Happy Halloween! Oh, it's going to be extra scary tonight.
You already walked through some of my decorative spider webs.
I did, yes. I was caught into some
Boo,
of your traps.
BrendoMan.
Boo, BrendoMan. Freaky Phil.
They had a Halloween edition of WWE SmackDown this week.
Yeah.
And there was a wrestler named Bo Dallas, and he put a ghost sheet over his head, and he was going around, and he's Boo Dallas.
Oh, gosh.
And he's always saying you got a Bo leave. So this time he's saying you got a boo leave. It was really funny.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty funny. I laughed. And Mark Henry knocked him out because he so he was trying to scare people and nobody was scared. And then Mark Henry's like this big, legitimately at one point he was the strongest man in the world. He's a powerlifting champion. So he's like a big giant dude. and so Mark Henry's on his phone, not paying attention, and Bo Dallas had the spookism. He jumped out of like a garbage dumpster, and Mark Henry punched him in the face. It was funny.
Oh, man. It's good. Halloween is today. We're going to go
all the Halloween stuff.
Lots of candy.
So much. We were just talking about all the candy.
Oh, my gosh. No, when I say we're going to go trick-or-treating, we're bringing the kids. It's not like Brendo and I are.
Where are you going to go
We're going to go out to school. Trick-or-treat.
We could get away with that when we were like 19.
Yeah, we did trick-or-treat in college for a couple years there. But, with lots of costumes and whatever. It is kind of silly now that I think about it that we were doing that, but whatever.
Whatever, we got full bars.
Yeah, we got full bars. It's good stuff.
Remember, Aaron Spelling, full bars.
That just Beverly Hills. Matt Moss is the one that came up with it. Trick-or-treating in Beverly Hills. It's great.
Yep.
But we're gonna go just to Redlands. I think that's probably gonna be good.
And Audrey, her birthday meal, she wanted pieology pizza.
And then on Friday afternoon, my mom came down and met us.
Today?
No, was it Friday?
Today is Friday.
Wednesday afternoon. I'm so
what is wrong?
My calendar is so wrong right now.
Because I'm like, what?
Wednesday was her actual birthday, and so after school, we let her pick, where she wanted to eat on her actual birthday, and she wanted pizza. We're like, we're going to have a pizza on Saturday. And she's like, I want pizza for my birthday. So we took her to the gourmet pizza shop. And
that?
It's down where we're going to go trick-or-treating on that street there.
Gourmet pizza shop?
I feel like we've taken it. It's one where they put spaghetti on it.
Talking about on a pizza?
Well, it's actually called the gourmet pizza shop.
It's called on a pizza.
No, that's just their slogan. That's what we always. So my mom's like, okay, how do I get there? And I'm like, well, just put it in Google. And she's like, what's it called? And I'm like, on a pizza? I don't think that's what it's really called. That's just their slogan. It's actually called the gourmet pizza shop. So I had to look it up. But anyway, it's really good. They put spaghetti on pizza, amongst many other things.
It's really good.
It's fantastic.
Although, remember the time we went and you got a little too...
Yeah.
There was one that we got that none of us really liked.
Yeah, you got to
We went a little too nuts.
But even the one, my favorite one, it's called the Brando. It's got spaghetti, pesto, cream cheese, green onions, and then plus mozzarella sauce. It's really good, and it comes with pistachios, but I always get it without the pistachios because gross. That's too much, but it's really good. So anyway, we went to get pizza then, and then we're gonna get pizza tomorrow with the rest of my family, and then go trick or treating. That's good. It's very exciting. It'll be the first time too that they both are gonna wear their full Halloween costume, like with all the stuff. Because like the
sword,
the sword and the shield, Luke, because like bringing in Disneyland, you're not supposed to bring in fake weapons, stuff like that. Plus, we don't want to lug them around all day. Mm-hmm. And then Audrey has not like the ears. I think she's worn once, but she didn't have the necklace on. And then she had the necklace, but not the crown. So she's gonna have everything. Oh, and the boots. She got boots now too, like the full knee high like Zelda boots. So, and she hadn't worn that with any of them. So it's gonna be good. Full on thing. You gonna dress up?
Are you?
Oh, Bob, no.
I thought you can't do that because it scares your kids.
It does scare the kids. But I put it on once every year to see what they think, and they're like totally freaked out.
Because it's terrifying.
It's just Bob Dole, but it is like the scariest mask of all time.
Kids don't know who Bob Dole is, so they just see some creepy old dude in a mask.
With the alligator.
With like those freaking weird eyes. Like masks are scary.
I know.
Think about when you were a kid.
And it's got the little like slit for the mouth that I can.
Yeah, like, doing all that weird. You're just being weird. Just like weird. Bob Dole.
Do you remember because I had the big alligator? Yeah, I would go up to people in the showers and put the alligator over it and go Bob Dole.
Bob Dole with the cape.
Bob Dole with the cape. Yep, that's my go-to costume every year.
What about your instant hobo?
I still have never
opened it. You can't take it out because you're saving it.
I'm saving it for an emergency. It hangs on the wall because you never know when you're going to need instant hobo.
I think you do know, and it's never.
Well, it hasn't come up yet. But on the day when I need instant hobo, I'm ready to go.
Is there a hobo here? We need a hobo.
Boom. You know what's in instant hobo? It's like a little rubber cigar. I think
It's like a mustache,
or maybe it's like a floppy hat or something. But it's super cheap. It's 2 pieces. That's all you need to be instant hobo. It's a rubber cigar and one other
Where did you get that?
Well, I think it was at a thrift store. I want to say something like that. I mean, I spent like $1 on it way back when. So,
speaking of that, did you ever find the detector again?
I did come across it fairly recently.
We were gonna mess with your kids.
I did. I found it and I didn't. I set it aside as I was going through stuff, and then I lost it again. But I do need to find that. I need to pull out the detector. I feel like
you could really mess with your kids with that.
That thing is great. I've talked about that on the show, right?
Yeah.
The detector. Yeah. Josh is here in the chat. He's partly why we didn't get started so late.
Got started so late. You went to what may have been the last Devious Mean show?
Yeah, or one of the last. It sounds like maybe they'll do one more in January. Who knows? But probably the last one that's like all ages was my guess. Who knows? But yeah, we saw the Devious Means, and it was really fun. And like a bunch of friends that we haven't seen in a while were there. And really great set. And the kids were like dancing. Well, Luke in particular danced like the whole time.
Luke's got some moves, man.
Oh, yeah. It's very like
popping and locking.
It's very unique to him too. Like he kind of marches and does these like little
He could be a Jabberwocky.
He totally could be a Jabberwocky.
It could be like a little Jabberwocky.
Jabberwocky's Junior.
Yeah. Because seriously, like I watched it, like they do like it's like Luke dancing. Yeah. It's like all the
yeah. Oh, it was fun. Well, and then Brooklyn and Braden were there, and Brooklyn was like. She did like all these animal dances, like she did a frog jump, and she did the worm. She did like crab walks, and I don't know, just all these like crazy things. And all the other kids were like following her and doing them all, so it was really fun.
That's cool.
Good night. Yeah, band was great.
Was it the Bellaterra? So it was outside?
Bellaterra, yep. Right there in that little amphitheater.
Was there a lot of people?
Yeah, it was packed.
Well, it's always like it's a good area.
Yeah, and there was just...
That's like the fancy mall.
Yeah.
It's like the good movie theater. That's where they do a lot of like if there's a test screening there, it's usually a big deal.
Because like a good one.
Every time I've been there where they have a test screen, that's where you'll go to a test screening and like the directors and stuff will be there.
Ooh.
Like you go to the Block, sometimes they'll be at the Block. Because like when I saw Up in the Air at the Block, that's when I met Jason and Ivan Reitman. But like Bellaterra, like I've met Apatow there like twice. That was the Russell Brand incident happened at Bellaterra. And like that's where there's like big, like they do a lot of like bigger, because the Block as I've said, like I remember that. What did they say about it in the DreamWorks book? It's like a free. It's like if you know if you know that your movie's gonna test bad, they'll at least give you. You want to make sure they test it at the block because everything gets a high score there. Like because we've been to test screenings there where it's like the word and people are like, yes, this is great.
Right. Oh, that one
teacher people we left. Was there, we didn't even stay for the cards.
No, I feel like we did. I feel like
we totally left. We totally left.
I don't know. All I know is
we totally left because they were offering free movies and we did not get free tickets.
There were people that were saying that they liked it. There were people laughing in that movie. What was that called? Something with Jason Biggs?
It was Jason Biggs and Ava Longoria, and it never came out until it came out on video like 2 years after.
Yeah, we saw like in a Blockbuster. Oh gosh, not all previews.
Well, the Block, I saw a lot of bad movies at the Block, but again, Bellaterra, that was like the nice one.
Well, it was a great place for the show. It went really well, and it was Jeff and Ebony, our friends Jeff and Ebony. They brought their son out for the first time, Ezra, to a show. It was his first show, and he liked it. Everyone liked it. Lots of friends, old and new. So, yeah, it was good. Good night.
It's cool.
Yeah. And we should do some reader mail. We got a lot.
We got two.
Two with multiple questions.
Actually, let's do one last check.
Okay, final reader mail check.
Final checks.
Processing.
Amazon. Man Brendo's Wrestling Show chat.
Men's Warehouse. Can we find out what the daily deal is?
40% off clearance suits.
Awesome.
Men's Warehouse is such a ripoff because they'll be like, it's a deal, and then only $300.
Yeah, if you spend $800, you can get a discount.
Stupid. It's like the fat guy stores. I don't even know where I think I signed up because if I signed up, I got like... Because I think it was like I went in there to get like a belt, right? Because they have belts in my size, and then they're like, if you sign up for a thing, you get 20% off. And I'm like, fine.
And now you're getting their emails.
Whatever.
Ooh, Josh, you should send in your pen pal letter. Do it.
Well, yeah, because Matthew like asked him stuff.
Yeah,
but I don't remember what he asked.
I hope you paid attention.
Just say, Matthew, I didn't pay attention. Can you repeat that, please?
Come again. That's his whole letter.
And then Matthew says something, and then Josh is like, "What?
I didn't catch that."
That'd be really stupid.
It's like two-word pen pal letters back and forth.
All right. Well, we heard from Polo. We haven't heard from Polo.
Hey, Polo.
And he writes, "Hey guys, Polo here. I am totally with Phil on the home improvement thing.
Yeah,
that it's okay.
Well, we loved it back in the day.
I thought my brothers and I were the only ones who liked that show. Oh yeah, because it was like the highest rated TV show. Like why do people think that? It was like the #1 show.
Yeah, it was, but it's also like I think it was one of those things where now you think like who watches this show?
Yeah, but everybody watched it, just like everybody watches NCIS.
But see, I don't actually know anyone that watches that. At least I don't know anyone that's admitted.
I guarantee you, like
someone I know.
Somebody. I bet you your parents watch that show.
No.
Your grandpa?
No, that's not his speed. But I'm sure people at school, whatever.
Whoever watches, millions of people
do. I know they do.
Although it's funny, you're talking about like the segmenting of like, because we're talking about like the segmenting of like the ratings. Like nothing will ever be rated the same way that like older shows, because like when there was only like 5 shows on, so Chris Hardwick just had Ron Howard and Brian Grazer on, and so he's talking to Ron Howard, and he's like telling him like, isn't it crazy that like 70 million people watch the Andy Griffith Show? Like 70 million people would never, like, you could never get 70 million people to watch anything.
No.
Now, like, that's crazy.
No, because there's too much stuff.
Like, I was reading a whole article about like New Japan Pro Wrestling and how like now like they're struggling like as far as TV goes, like even though they still like have a TV show, it's on at like 2 in the morning in Japan, so because like wrestling is definitely not as popular as it was there. But in the 80s, like the way they showed like the rating that like the New Japan show would get, and like it translated into like half of the population of Japan
because how
was
many shows
watching wrestling in like 1985. Like half the population. Can you imagine half the population of the country watching? That's how. But then like, so you think about like how like nobody will ever be as famous as like Ron Howard was, like, because like 70 million people watched, like, so like nobody will ever be that famous ever again, like, because he was like, yeah, it's crazy, like you could walk around and like everybody, because like everybody watched that show, like everybody, but literally everybody watched that show,
right? Because there was 3 options, period. And now there's so much stuff.
It's so, but like, I mean, that's good. That's good and bad.
It is.
Like,
it's good and bad.
Because now, like, you can have super niche shows that never would have gotten made.
Yeah.
But then it's still weird that even the 80s, there was still those, like, just talking about, like, thinking about, like, Twin Peaks was, like, was higher rated than, like, any show is now. Like, because, again, like, it was
weird, man.
Like, the fact that, like, a lot of people watch that show is weird, because it's a weird show.
Yeah. Really weird, especially the last episode.
I don't know. I still, the whole rating system, as we've said multiple times, is just like,
because who do you know that watches terrestrial broadcast television anymore?
The kind of people so
even me. I mean, we have an antenna set up so that we can catch a couple things like live sometimes. That's the most.
Well, people that watch sports.
I guess that's it. That's the last bastion of that scheduled programming.
And people that like live tweeting things.
I guess so.
Which I hate that so much. I'm like, because I think that's the ultimate where like it's like self-important, self-indulgent, like thinking that I am so funny that I'm gonna tweet everything that comes out into my mind and that people care. Like, that's the most self-indulgent like crap. Like, I won't go on Twitter or Facebook during like on award show nights, because it's just the most like, ugh.
But I do on
like,
E3
certain
and like stuff
people,
like that. Sometimes I've been known to, because sometimes that's like the fastest way you can hear what's going on.
But like just when people like have to comment and make jokes about it, and they're like, all that's the dumbest, and everybody thinks they're so intelligent, and it's like thousands of people saying the exact same dumb, snarky things, and I hate it. Like, I really, really, really hate it. And Josh says he sent his letter, so let's find out.
So we got that. Well, we still have to finish the letter we're on, too. But
find out.
All right.
And, there we go. Look at that.
Oh, it's more than 2 words.
And, but yeah,
I'm not a fan of the live tweet.
That's funny. That's why I was annoyed with on Back to the Future Day. The same dumb jokes. That's true about everything.
I wonder what you'll think of our commentary. I don't think we were too derivative, were we?
No, I thought we were doing...
I think so. I think it was pretty much our thing. Talked about Back to the Future Day. Pretty cool. Josh said he had so many people saying, "Where's my hoverboards?" I don't know. I might have said that. Did I say that? We commented on that we don't really have them, but in the context of watching it. All right, let's finish our polar.
I thought my brothers and I were the only ones who liked that show. I know it has a bad rap now, but I haven't seen it in ages, so I'll take Phil's word that it hasn't held up.
Yeah, it's not as good.
Halloween episodes are all right.
I mean, there's some things.
I love watching like old Halloween episodes. I'll watch any Halloween episode.
Yeah, I mean it's. I think
like
as
Hulu
a kid,
had a whole section of Halloween episodes, and like I watched a bunch of them.
As a kid, I think you see things differently, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like that stuff was really funny to me as a kid, and now it's not. It was of its time. That was hilarious.
That was funny. Prince Adam's voice wasn't just like the most annoying voice.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that as a kid you just don't
listen to Prince Adam talk and don't. Yeah. I mean, like I don't say this too lightly, but it's like the gayest thing. Like, and I can say I'm sorry, but it's like it's super gay.
Well, you just didn't. You don't.
Hey,
think of that.
hey, I can't even do it. Hey, Phil. Hey, I'm Prince Adam. Hey, Phil. Hey.
Well, but again, like as a kid, you don't think of those things. Okay, so my kids have watched the Legend of Zelda show, and they think the whole "excuse me, princess," like they think that's hilarious because they're kids.
As Josh points out, Home Improvement was a classic show that had the tired stereotype of men being dumb and into sports, and women being into classical music and being smart.
Yeah.
Which was further. I feel like to me the ultimate of those shows was like According to Jim.
Oh gosh. I mean, I don't think I
that
ever.
That show was on for like ever. I remember working at Disneyland and seeing According to Jim posts and be like, I hate everything. Because like it was like season 7, like yeah. Any man that Jill met that was into opera was like not a man in Tim's eyes. Yeah.
But his bumbling was kind of like, subverting the whole idea that was what actual manhood is like. Maybe it was deeper than you guys all thought.
I don't know. He was really into cars.
Yeah, but he was an idiot. So really,
why was he an idiot?
Because he like always was breaking stuff. That was the whole premise of the show.
But he was a man.
Yeah, but like he was a man who was horrible at being a man. Like he had a whole show about home improvement, and he always broke stuff.
And that's the thing. That's the whole thing. That the men are dumb.
Yeah, but no, because Al was not dumb. Al was wise, as was the neighbor. What was his name? Whatever neighbor. Wilson. Heidi ho, neighbor.
He didn't say Heidi ho, neighbor.
No, that's
Ned Flanders.
Once I said it out loud, I realized. What did he say then?
I don't know.
He had to have a catchphrase, right? Hey, neighbor. I don't know. Again, like I said, as a kid, that stuff was hilarious. I've gone back and seen some of it now.
All right.
It's not as fun.
I always liked the mom on that show.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it in my top 5 non-animated sitcoms in no particular order. It was Heidi Ho. So they stole it from The Simpsons, or did The Simpsons? Well, because I guess Flanders was in Heidi Ho, was Heidily Ho, and all his little things.
What came first?
Well, Home Improvement was like 88.
So who said that
But
first?
I think, Flanders doesn't say Heidi Ho, he says Heidily Ho. And he does his doodly doo and deedly dee, like all his Ned things.
Interesting.
Heidi Ho, neighbor. But I guess that's a pretty common.
I guess.
Reading, I don't know, whatever. Wilson.
That's what was in my brain.
You can't see his whole face.
I know, that was great. You didn't see it until like.
And then he died.
Sad. All right, what are his favorite, in no particular order, his favorite non-animated sitcoms?
In no particular order are Roseanne, Golden Girls, this is Grace Under Fire.
Major Dad?
I hated Grace Under Fire.
Gosh, that was one that was on, was that after Home Improvement?
It was on all the time, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't know. Although
Major Dad, I never really watched that. I just remember
I did not like that one.
And Married with Children. Which I like Married with Children.
I don't know. I mean, again, like back then, although that was like the dirty one.
Oh yeah.
That like the kids would talk about at school, the ones that like their parents let them watch it. But I was like Roseanne for sure.
Roseanne's great. Golden Girl's great. I don't know about those other ones. I mean, Married with Children had like its ups and downs for sure, but there was some classic Married with Children's. Like I mean, because I watched most of them in reruns because like they would when they had like those blocks where it would be like an hour of The Simpsons. And it was always like an hour of Married with Children.
Well, Married with Children is kind of like the Gilligan's Island of modern television. It's always on somewhere.
Yeah. So in my opinion, much like Phil's, can't be trusted.
For me, Seinfeld is the ultimate pinnacle of, sitcom, obviously.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. Thanks for writing, Polo.
Mario writes, "What's with all the Christian talk? Foolish mortals, Zeus is the true Almighty." Okay.
Well, we've talked about Zeus a lot,
questions.
Though.
We were just answering people's questions.
But we've also talked about Zeus quite a bit.
Yes.
On Ready to Rumble.
Zeus the Wrestler.
Yeah, Zeus the Wrestler.
You said Ready to Rumble.
What is it actually called?
No Holds Barred.
Yeah.
Have you seen Ready to Rumble with David Arquette?
Yeah, I saw that one too.
That movie.
I watched that with you in college.
It's really bad.
Yeah. So we talked about Zeus quite a bit.
Yeah.
And the animated.
That's Zeus.
That's pretty much the whole movie.
Animated what? You're thinking animated?
Oh, well, animated Hercules movie. We could talk about that if he wants to.
Never saw that.
I don't think I've ever seen that one either. Any good?
Didn't he have like a... It's crazy how big, like, Hercules was huge.
Yeah. What about Hercules, the TV show?
That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
The one, yeah. That spun off into
Xena,
yeah.
And there was also because Bruce Campbell because his character got a show.
Yeah.
For a little bit.
What was that called? David could school us on the entire canon there. Josh says Zeus sucks. It's all about Ra, god of the sun. Ooh, he's calling you out.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this one's an easy answer for me. Number 2.
The Roman top god wasn't. Who was the equivalent of Zeus? Wasn't it like Mars or something?
I
don't
know.
No,
wait. I'll think of it.
Think about 8th grade English.
Yeah, like I'm going back to junior high. Gosh, what was it?
Hercules, Xena, Sinbad, and then Jack of all trades. That's right, Jack of all trades. Oh, but it wasn't the same character. His character on Hercules, it wasn't the same thing. That's right, Jack of all trades was different because it was like Western. No, that's Briscoe County Jr. But Jack of all trades also took place.
Briscoe County Jr. is fantastic.
Briscoe County Jr. was awesome, but colonial times was Jack of all trades. Okay. That's right. I knew it was some old timey. But Briscoe County Jr. is great, but that was one of those multitude of Fox shows that like just didn't make it.
I have the box set of DVDs if you want to watch it.
He's really funny. He was like Ash vs. Evil Dead tomorrow on Stars.
Really?
I gotta figure out a way to watch it. I think I have the Stars app and I can use John's account.
You want to give all those details out here?
Sure.
All right, number 2 is good. For Mario here.
All right. What future is more likely to happen, The Purge or Idiocracy? Well, we're already in Idiocracy.
Yeah, that's it. Like that's the present.
If as we've established, if Donald Trump gets selected president, The Purge might happen.
Yeah.
But it'll be like Mexicans.
But we're clearly on like the early.
That's basically, isn't that his plan?
Yeah.
Like, to just get rid of all. He's gonna have the Purge.
That's his.
Because like, how else are they? He's like, all he says is, "We'll get him out of here." Like, what does that mean?
I think that's what he has in mind. It's kind of scary.
Idiocracy though that's already happening. I mean, that's been happening.
We're in like the prequel of Idiocracy.
We're like 5. I feel we're like maybe 5-10 years out.
The Great Garbage Avalanche. We're probably 15. It depends. It all depends on where it goes from here, but it's definitely pre that. If you watch that movie, you can learn a lot about someone. If they watch that movie and don't think it's funny, then you know, like, okay, I know which side of the equation you're on there.
So I went to Hell in a Cell, and we were waiting in line to get in the building, and there was this dude, and somehow, like, people were talking, and then he brought up the fact, it's like, next time I come here, I'm going to wear my Hulk Hogan shirt, because they shouldn't have let him go. Because we've all said those things, and I wanted to just go like, no, we haven't. If you have, you're a racist. And he just looked like I'm like, you look like a racist. Like
you're a racist.
I know. Like, and then he had a kid, and like his kid's like, yeah, Hulk Hogan. I'm like, like this is it. It's happening. Like you're gonna have your dumb little racist kid, and like
it's that opening sequence where it shows like the.
And he looked like, and this dude looked like that guy. He looked like that guy. He looked like Larry the Cable Guy, and like and I was just like, oh, and this is where I'm like, I just kind of was like, I don't want to be in there. It's like, and he said like he was saying stuff, and like there was a group of black guys that I was talking to, and they kept looking over at him, and I'm like, oh god, like, something is going to happen. Please let us in. Please open the doors. Yeah. Like, because they were like, is this actually happening right now? Like, because they were cool, but they were just like, is this happening right now? Like,
to be fair, in Idiocracy, it was very multicultural.
Oh yeah.
So I feel like,
but I'm just like thinking about this dumb.
Maybe they solved racism, but it still was bad.
Still stupid people.
Stupid was just the problem.
He's a hardcore. Like this dude was just like so stereotypical. I'm like, first of all, you're making all wrestling fans look bad. But then he was like trying to get, and other people were like, yeah, and I was like, no, like, stop it, because they're basically, and then they're like, no, he was only talking about just to that person. I'm like, so it's okay to demean someone's race when you're pissed at somebody. Good to know. And I'm glad that you're teaching your children that, because, hey, look at all these kids here that are listening to every word that you're saying right now. And then he's like, and then I'm like, plus he also straight up said, I am racist. So, no. It was very frustrating, and I just had to sit there talking to these other dudes, like, so what do you think about the card tonight? Meanwhile, just this guy's like, no, and I'm just like, oh.
But in the future, President Camacho,
it's true.
You know, I mean,
but I'm just like, this guy was just like one of those guys.
One of those guys.
Oh, it's disgusting. All right, so that's that. So definitely, it was great live. I will talk about that later.
All right.
But Steve Ass was a good live. I enjoyed it a lot. It wasn't as sweet, though.
Yeah, well, you got to tell us about that.
Tell that story. I'm making a movie called Blackface Ken. Thanks, Amber.
That's right, because she talked about how she was told to use a marker to blackface her Ken, yeah. All right, well, Mario would like to see that when it's finished.
The Muppets started on SNL and Sesame Street's, which we've said multiple times, and this was interesting, and I did not know this. Sesame Street's Menomina is originally from Swedish softcore porn, and there's a video, and then I looked in this link, it's a clip from it's like the clip itself, it has the Menomina song, and this is like from the 60s, and it's like this clip where all these like Swedish girls are going into like a sauna.
Is that like edited?
No, it's
like
legitimate. It's from a movie, and then I looked up the movie.
Okay.
And it's a real movie.
Huh.
And it's a Swedish softcore porn.
Interesting.
Movie.
Well, yeah. Again, like there's definitely the roots of the Muppets are not as family friendly as people
like this video is not. It's not the video itself is not racist, but yeah, it's just these girls. Yeah, this is from the 60s.
Huh.
And this is where they got it from.
That's that song.
I mean, it's not
sure
the
it's not just edited over it?
No. It's from this movie. I looked it up. It's all legit.
All right.
I looked this up because I didn't believe it either. And this is legit the clip from the movie where it's used. And this is a real movie. And the song was composed for this movie. And it's just a bunch of girls on this ski trip, and they all go into a sauna, and that's the song of them going into the sauna and taking their clothes off. I mean, it doesn't show that in this part of the movie.
Right.
But apparently
it does.
Yeah. This is the Girls Get Naked song.
And then they use that for the Muppets.
Yeah. They Menomina those girls.
That is an interesting fun fact. Thank you, Mario, for setting that.
All right. Josh Anderson.
Pen pal.
Writes to his pen pal, Matt Vecchio.
All right.
Matt going to be there tomorrow?
He is going to be there tomorrow, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, you asked me what the craziest thing I've ever done is, and I tried to come up with the answer, but I honestly have no idea. I can tell you the dumbest thing I've ever done is, and that was running myself over on a four-wheeler. Four-wheelers are dangerous.
Yeah, seriously.
Carrie Ellis, like his story, like
and I know
like people
growing up in the mountains.
Plenty of people injuries and deaths.
Yeah.
Because I think out here it's four-wheelers, but like in Wisconsin, snowmobiles. Just like horrific snowmobile accidents.
Ugh.
Just like people don't take those machines seriously.
No.
A lot of things involving but then people, because then the fact that people go on those drunk is just like really stupid. Gosh.
And then the desert ones where they go on the steep hills and all that crazy stuff.
And all that dune.
That is not my.
I had many friends they'd come to school broken arms, injured.
All right, so how did he run over himself?
All right, I was riding by myself and I was just doing donuts over and over because I was turning so sharply. I was thrown off the bike by centrifugal force
As soon as I fell off the bike, it straightened out because I was not holding the handlebars anymore, and the four-wheeler ended up running over my arm. Didn't really hurt, but I was the last driver on it, so I technically ran over myself. Now, a question for you. Oh, this is good.
Okay, for Matt.
What is your plan for a viral outbreak at your job?
Ooh, because Matt's a nurse.
What would be your first steps to handle a zombie outbreak in your school district?
Nice.
Pen pals ho.
You have to say it with
Pen pals ho.
There we go. That's pretty good. I've never run over myself. I've crashed a motorcycle into the side of a house before.
Yeah. I never run over myself. I ran over a kid. I ran over his foot.
That's bad. In a car?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I dropped him off. It was like a kid that I gave a ride home, and I didn't realize that he was still staying because he's like, all right, see ya. And then, like, I guess he, like, I think he just was still standing there. And then I saw him like I took off and I saw him do the and I thought he was joking. So then the next day he came to school and he's like, you ran over my foot, you jerk. And I'm like, you know, people would do that like yeah. And he actually did run over his foot.
I almost ran into Matt's car a couple weeks ago because he like parked in our driveway, but I didn't know. I thought he parked on the street. Fortunately, he was like off to the side, so I like backed out really fast, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, there was a car right there. Like, I came within like an
That's
inch
why I'm
of it.
scared to park in people's driveways.
Yeah.
Even when it's like, because I just like,
if you don't know, like, you know, I'm just not expecting someone to be there.
oh. Waiting for, wait, I don't want to spoil. Were you ever gonna, I mean, that's a big plot point in, World According to Garp.
Oh, okay.
John Irving.
I did not read that one yet.
Prayer for a Meaning.
I read a Prayer for a
He has a new book. It just came out.
Really?
Yeah.
He's a good writer.
Yeah. If you have to read World According to Garp, it's really good.
I have a copy of it.
And then I saw them, and then watching the movie. The movie's really good too. Robin Williams.
Yeah.
He should have won an Oscar for that.
Well, that was a good pen pal. So make sure you write back to your pen pals. I think we have some other outstanding ones. So make sure you write back to your pen pals, everyone.
Mark Bolton's been writing to everybody, so I think
That's
Mark.
good. He's got. I like this. This is good. I mean, why not?
Because who else is he? Oh, he's been writing back and forth with Denver.
Yeah.
I think it's Mark's turn.
It might be Mark's turn. I think Mark's been busy.
He's got kids and
got stuff
podcasts
going on,
and
things to do. All right, see you, Josh. Thanks for hanging out.
All right, see you, Josh.
You know,
you can listen to Josh.
That's right.
On Stitcher. His podcast, Extra Damage, is on Stitcher.
Yes, it is.
If you go to radiobrendo.com, click that Stitcher link. That'll take you to our show on Stitcher. But you can listen to all the Benvie Network shows. There's tons of them, and they're great. And you can listen to. I listen to all of my podcasts on Stitcher. To the point where I bug the shows that aren't on Stitcher that I listen to get on Stitcher.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what's up with that?
Well, it saves your spot. What's up with that?
And like, it's just I really like it, and it's easy to listen to and keep track of all your podcasts because they update themselves and
keep your spot if you pause. Oh man,
and listen to everything.
Do it, and then also
you can, if you want to start your own podcast or your own website,
you should
or your
do
own
that.
Business, your own website about podcasts or about
spaghetti sauce.
SpaghettiSauce.com.
Is that already
I'm
taken?
pretty sure that's
it might be
taken.
What if it's not?
Let's
look.
SpaghettiSauce.com. It's probably taken by like Hunts or something.
See,
it's just buy this domain. It's for sale by its owner.
So probably someone's gonna try to gouge you
for like $10,000. He's holding out for like Hunts or somebody. He's like, I know they're gonna want this.
He wants that sweet ragu money.
He's like, he's been writing him a letter every day, like, dear ragu, I know you want this. SpaghettiSauce.com.
It's waiting for you. That sweet ragu money. Well, so if you want to buy that and try to get some of that sweet ragu money, you should do it. Yeah. And then you can host it on
DreamHost. Go to DreamHost.com. Use the promo code Radio BrendoMan. You'll save $50 off your order. That's Radio BrendoMan, all one word. Save $50. Plus, you get a free domain registration. You can get another.
Then you get SpaghettiSauce.org.
Yeah,
want to do,
it's more of that double your ragu money.
That ragu money is just pouring in now.
Yeah.
So, speaking of money pouring in, Amazon
saves you money.
It pours back into your pocket.
And Amazon Prime, best $99 you'll ever spend. And if you're not sure, you can get a 1-month free trial if you go to radiobrendo.com. Click the Amazon Prime free trial link. And then try it out, and you'll realize it's great.
Oh, no, I got the hiccups.
You get special Prime discounts on Amazon Fire tablets, and like the one I got for my lovely goddaughter, Audrey Vecchio.
She's been attached to it ever since.
I'm like, what can I get a 7-year-old that will make them happy and appreciate their uncle who spoils them? And because I knew I already gave you guys like my old Kindle Fire, and like the kids fight over it all the time. So I've seen them fight over it. So I'm like, Audrey needs a good present, and then that way it's almost like a double present, because now like they have each have their own.
Well, they figured out how to play live 2-player.
Yeah, and they play stuff together. They watch. Because now there's like a kid version of Prime.
Yeah.
And it's got like apps and books, and you need to drink some water upside down.
I think I do.
And
talk about Amazon Prime. I'm like hiccuping so bad.
Do it. Just watch out. My sink sprays a little bit.
Okay.
And so they got, and then it's got apps, and so they got like Amazon Prime Fire deals as low as $50 for a Fire tablet if you have Prime. That's a freaking crazy deal. And if you are, so you should try that out. And if you already have Prime or you don't want Prime, but everybody still uses Amazon, how's it going over there, Phil?
I think good. I think I might have done it.
You did it? Did you do the upside down trick?
The upside down.
Telling you, it works. It does something to your throat.
It does. It's so weird.
I don't know. It's like using the throat muscle
in like a way you're not used to,
and it causes your throat to relax.
I guess because I couldn't even like talk.
Yeah. So Audrey's got that Kid Prime thing.
Yeah, super cool.
And
all the shows.
The Kid Fire tablet. It came with that and like a 2-year warranty and a case, and they got all kinds of Fire tablets, and like I said, there's a $50 one.
That's cool.
Like, so you have to have a Prime membership to get those deals. And even if you don't have a Prime membership though, still everybody's buying stuff at Amazon. So you just go to Radio Brendo, click the Amazon link, and then go to Amazon and do your normal shopping.
And we got some good stuff this week.
Got lots of stuff.
I like
this is a costume, a Rasta Impasta Banana Deluxe Adult. I guess it's like Banana Dude, Banana Man.
Banana Dude. Why is it Rasta Impasta? Is like the brand name?
I think it's the brand, Rasta Impasta. Rasta Impasta? Oh, dude, I just saw this. I saw Mario riding a Yoshi.
Oh, that's cool.
Now I want to look at all these costumes. Look at that Stay Puft Marshmallow Man inflatable costume.
Nice.
Peanut butter and jelly. It's like a bodysuit, a gorilla costume. I saw Mario holding flying Yoshi, and then a lot of inappropriate costumes. I saw one where it was like the pizza rat. Apparently there's this viral video of like a rat eating pizza or something, and then people are like having costumes with it. I don't know. Yeah, see, it's a Mario on a Yoshi.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, look at the little baby monkey. So many cute baby costumes. It's the #1 bestseller in baby boys costumes.
I could see that. It's pretty cute.
Well, if you want a cute costume for your kid, you can also go on Amazon and buy one. All right, so we got Furiously Happy, a funny book about horrible things. What's this book? Let's see this. Oh, it's the new Jenny Lawson book. She's the blogess. I read her first book.
Okay.
It's really good. She's a blogger. She's really funny. And
Blogess, is that what you said?
That's her blog, is the blogess.
Oh, okay.
And so her first book is the Let's Pretend This Never Happened. She's the blogess.
That's cool.
And so she has her second book. Somebody bought it.
Someone got that.
So that's awesome. We also got
oh, dude, I hope someone bought this for
Mad's
me.
Greatest Artist, the complete Mad Don Martin.
This is on my wish list, so
This
maybe
is one of
someone
those
just felt
big,
generous.
fat ones.
Yes.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that fat.
That is.
Two.
I want that to go right next to my Calvin and Hobbes one.
Some.
I love Don Martin.
Well, it's like half price. Look at that.
That's
Save
what?
$90, only $59. Oh, that's
amazing.
to rent it.
Wait, you
Rent.
can rent a book?
That's weird.
I never, but it's from $57.93 for
to buy. Yeah, there you go. Why would you rent a book?
I don't know. I mean, that's weird. And why would you pay $59 to rent a book?
I guess it's like I know they have those for textbooks, but that's weird that for this.
It would, like, when you're gonna send it back when you're done reading your Don Martin comics, like.
When we pay $57 for a privilege, and you can get it for you.
Yeah, you can just have one to keep.
Acceptable condition.
Yeah, that means it's torn up to shreds. But anyway, that's
November of the Heart. See, I don't know what any of these are. It is a book by Laverell Spencer.
A man and a woman born into radically different stations in Victorian society try to challenge the rigid caste system, but are torn apart and left to dream of reconciliation in separate spheres of loneliness and shame.
Did my mom buy this? Sounds like something my mom would read. No offense to whoever bought this.
Could be good.
Good pacing.
Good pacing.
Vivid dramatization.
All right. November of the Heart.
4.5 stars.
The first couple ones I know were good.
Yeah.
Like, I know July of the Heart, August of the Heart. Those
wouldn't it be like August of the Eyeball?
Yeah. Well, January of the Spleen was the first one, I think.
Okay.
That one was really good. But
February of the Elbow?
Yeah. But I don't know about November of the Heart. I haven't heard much about that.
The Mountain Between Us, a novel. So now I got to look up all these books. Charles Martin, author of Where the River Ends. Comes this page-turning story of love and survival. Two strangers wait for a flight at the Salt Lake City airport. Ashley Knox is an attractive... Okay, I'm out.
You're done already. But that's all it took. All right. Some books there.
Cartoon Network, Over the Garden Wall.
DVD. It's good.
What's that?
I don't know. That looks cool. I never even heard of that one.
Weird. Elijah Wood.
Wow.
I don't know what this is. From the creator Patrick McNeil, one of them doing Adventure Time, first ever animated miniseries.
Wow.
Two brothers who find themselves in a strange forest. Along the way, they meet a bluebird named Beatrice who helps them navigate the strange land in the hopes of making their way home. It's a miniseries.
That looks good.
I like the animation. It looks cool.
Yeah, the style is really neat.
All right, we got an Amazon gift card. So you can buy our gift cards and they can help us out.
Help us out.
Thank you icon. So it was a thank you gift card. And we got the Rocky Horror Show, which I guess is like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, but like the show.
Oh, the live show. Stage show. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's not a picture show. I got it.
And then the Rocky Horror Show original Roxy cast.
Huh.
It's like two different
casts of it.
And then somebody got a Mad Magazine.
Ooh.
You can get a subscription.
I wonder if that's the same person that got the Don Martin book.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
For $16. It's like half the price.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper than buying it.
Buying it original like you do.
I know, I got a subscription finally. This one's not me though.
Okay.
But I did finally get one.
Gordon Ramsay's Master Chef.
And I was, I think, tired of me like always going around and trying to buy it.
Well, because it is when I figured out how much you were paying, I was like, why are you doing this?
They're like $6 an issue at the stand.
Like, whereas opposed to $267 an issue and free shipping.
Yep.
Like, what are you doing for the?
I finally just made a smart choice.
I mean, I remember when you were mad at Nintendo Power, so your way of getting back at them was
just buying it.
But then you're giving them more money.
No, because according to my friend that I talked to who ran a magazine for a while, they made less money off of the stand sales because the subscriptions were more valuable to them, because not only did they get the subscription money, but they got better ad revenue because they wanted to have more subscribers. So he said that was better to buy it directly from them, because then they don't have to share revenue with the store as well.
All right. It was still
whatever. It made me feel
better. What would have really helped them is not buying it at all.
Yes, but I wanted the dang magazine. I just wanted my gift with my subscription like they promised.
So you still gave him money.
Because I was supposed to get a free guidebook, like to a Zelda game or something.
We've all heard this.
And then they didn't give it to me. They sent me a catalog, and they're like, "There's your gift." I'm like, that's not a gift. That's a catalog.
I remember when all this was going down.
There was so much rage at that time.
It was very amusing.
Oh, I spent hours on the phone with those people. And to be fair, it wasn't Nintendo. What happened is Nintendo magazine the magazine got sold off to another company.
Was it Ziff Davis?
No, it was
some other one.
California was in the name, or America. Bless you. I can't remember. But anyway, it was a whole mess. Whole big old mess.
Here's your gift, a receipt.
Yeah. That's basically what it was. Useless. A catalog.
To buy things.
I'm like, I could go look on the internet to buy things. I don't need a catalog. I could look for a guidebook, too.
We got a Lansky dual grit sharpener. I think that's like a knife sharpener.
See, we got a knife that was bought a few weeks ago. Maybe that's to go with the knife.
Oh, yeah, that scary one. That was a serious knife.
Yeah.
We got a Funko Pop television Buffy the Vampire Slayer Angel action figure. We got a Buffy the Summers action figure. We got a Jasmine tiara.
Ooh, that's probably for a costume.
We got a Pulp Fiction Jules Winfield explicit talking figure.
Explicit talking figure.
Nice.
That's a great name.
We got Star Wars Episode 7 Black Series Titanium First Order star. Yeah, because now they have Black Series. You know those for all the new stuff. They have Rebels ones.
Really?
Lynch found a Rebels one.
I can't start going. I can't collect those.
Don't do that.
Oh, First Order Star Destroyer. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Oh, Star Destroyer. I was like, First Order Star. Sure.
You know, like if you go to Carl's Jr., the First Order
Star. I want to see what this thing looks like now. I got to see it because it's probably cool. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's pretty rad.
And it comes in the fancy box.
Ooh.
It's titanium.
Look at that.
Ooh.
That's pretty. How much is that thing?
$5.
What?
It's small.
Oh, okay.
It's like a little guy.
That's cool. $5. I can collect things for $5.
That's how they get you.
Yeah. I don't need to buy any more things.
Episode 4, A New Hope Black Series, Titanium Darth Vader's TIE Fighter. Episode 5, Empire Strikes Back Black Series, Titanium Snowspeeder. See, someone else is like, I can collect all these $5.
I can get those. I'm with you.
And they got Episode 6, Return of the Jedi Black Series. Are B-Wings your favorites?
That's David. David loves the B-Wing.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Maybe, look at that.
I mean, I like the. Don't get me wrong. I like the B-Wing.
Yeah, they're like these little guys.
That was always David's fave.
They got like little. That's a cool like little packaging and.
Yeah. Man, I like those.
Yeah, see, there's the TIE Fighter. There's the Snowspeeder.
You can get all three of those for $14.97.
You got the Force Awakens First Order Snowspeeder. You got First Order Transporter.
I like that. The X-Wing there.
Black X-Wing.
Poe. Guess we got to learn all the new names and stuff.
Oh, you got a Slave One. You got everything.
Oh.
You got the Kylo Ren shuttle. You got that
Land Speeder.
X-Wing, the classic X-Wing. You got the Millennium Falcon. You got Rey's speeder. That cool one. The Titanium Resistance X-Wing. Y-Wing.
It's just I cannot wait for this movie.
You know, multi-pack.
It's gonna be so good.
Yeah, new. See, they got the Black Series for like Kylo Ren and new Micro Machines. See, all the new Micro Machines. They got Force Awakens Micro Machines. But look, it's only $5.
$5. I can do that.
Get those Micro Machines. You can add them to your existing collection.
I can't.
You'll never.
You can't.
Hey, there's like a whole big pack for $10. It's even got little guys. Look at this.
Love the little guys.
Oh, look at those little Micro Machine. Look at that little Luke Skywalker.
I have a couple of those from
they got a bunch of little guys. Look at that.
Yeah.
Like little snow troopers and like a little rebel guy and like a little freaking, what is that, like an X-Wing pilot or something. Or a TIE Fighter pilot?
Well, it might be like
that's like a little TIE Fighter pilot. That's what that is. Yeah. You got an X-Wing pilot and a TIE Fighter pilot and then like some little snow troopers. Yeah, look at that. Look at those TIE Fighters. Those are pretty cool. And those X-Wings. So for $10, you get 2 X-Wings, 2 TIE Fighters, a Snowspeeder, and 4 guys.
It's pretty rad.
Look at that. It's pretty sweet.
I'm just afraid that they're gonna get a lot of my money on this new movie.
You know what doesn't cost any money and is hours of entertainment?
What's that?
Our Facebook group.
It is.
It's always entertaining.
A lot of good stuff.
You can get the link at radiobrendo.com.
Post funny videos or interesting articles.
Or just dumb things.
Very dumb things.
The video of the guy in the elevator.
Yeah.
That force guy.
Yeah, that was really funny.
It was pretty funny. I thought it was funny. I never like freaked out on like a total stranger.
Like, what if someone did that to you? What would you do?
Know.
But would you think he was really doing that? Like,
yes, I would think he was.
Because that's the thing. Like, all those people were like, "How are you doing this?" It's a force.
Yeah.
Like just pretending to open it with a force.
It's silly. But I don't know. I feel like all pranks now seem to just be like people being dicks.
Well, isn't that sort of like
but sometimes like I don't know. I think about Trigger Happy TV. Like at least they were creative.
Well,
I guess it's pretty.
That show was just like bizarre. I loved it.
It's on Hulu. At least
it
was.
Ooh, I should go.
I don't know if it still is. I know I watched. They had the British one, like the original one, and I watched a bunch of episodes, and it's just as funny.
So good, so weird.
Hello.
The best part, because a lot of times, it's fun seeing people's reactions, but that show almost never showed the reaction.
No,
it was all just about their like dumb visual puns and stuff.
Although all the stuff with furries was really fun. Like my favorite one of my favorite ones was like there was like a nature tour or something like in the forest, and then it just like hundreds of like furries like came out and just like chased the people. It's like
or they would always have great ones.
Or they had like stage things where like they'd show one dude like running, like a guy getting chased by things, or like just things like that.
The
like,
robber guy that always had.
They'd have like the dude that would like come up to somebody like in the bathroom and like leave a briefcase.
Yeah.
Like they did like things like that.
Yep.
Like just all kinds of dumb things. But the phone guy, that was hello. I can't hear you.
Whenever I hear that like particular ringtone, I always go, hello.
Hello. Oh, it's good.
Yeah. What's happening over at the subreddit these days?
Nothing. Just posting things and
posting
voting. No
good.
Comments.
Well, still,
I don't know. I don't
want to hang out over there.
I don't really go on Reddit all that. I don't have time.
Well, if you have time, you could go there. Someone could.
What's going on with Kickstarter?
Records. Yeah, we've been checking on the progress.
They're like
the labels have been printed.
They're doing like sound stuff now.
Yeah, they're getting the like I don't know. It's not test presses, but they're doing
pressing things.
They're pressing it. The labels are printed. They're working on printing the sleeves right now. It's very exciting. They have a whole little like chart that shows you what progress everything's being made.
And the whole time everybody's like, what the heck are these guys doing?
Why are they doing this?
What is
the company's based in France, so they're like probably like these American weirdos.
Like,
what is happening here?
Qu'est-ce Radio BrendoMan.
What? I even put because like there's a spot for you to describe it, and like they have all these questions like, do you care more about like the bass, or like do you want like high quality? Is this like a noisy recording or whatever? And I was like, it's just two dudes talking, so like don't stress about it too much. Like, it's cool, man. Just make it happen. Now also I don't think it had posted yet, but as of the last time we did the show, but our commentary is up. So if you haven't gotten it yet, if you didn't, maybe you missed it in your email, if it comes in there, it might have gone to junk or something. So double check that. You can also get the link by just going to the most recent update on the page for backers only. You can go in there and it's got a link to the download of the commentary we did. So that's very cool.
I'm working on a way to have like a permanent vault of
all the stuff,
Kickstarter stuff, like on the Radio BrendoMan site.
That'd be cool.
Members only.
That'd be cool.
Just to make it easy.
So they can go back and get it if they missed it or something.
Yeah.
But it's there for now. It should be easy to find. If you need help finding that for some reason, just send us an email or a message and we will take care of that. But you guys are all capable. And also, I think we are only missing Dave, I'm gonna say it again. Dave Moffat. Like you gotta put
What about Jeff Edwards? Did you finally get
I talked to him tonight. I mean, according to him, he did it he was doing it when he went home tonight.
So we got him, we got Brian.
And then Dave Moffat. That's it. That's all that's holding it up.
We're gonna see Brian next Saturday.
Yeah.
So all right. So
Steve's checking out for a moment.
Something for the next half hour. So we might still be there.
It's pretty safe bet there.
Pretty safe.
You're
bet.
probably okay. So yeah, I think that's good for Kickstarter update. So keep on that.
We still have a few more slots left in our Clicker Heroes clan. If you play Clicker Heroes, clickerheroes.com or on Steam or on your mobile device.
Any big stuff happened this week?
People haven't been
not doing too much, but doesn't it still go anyway?
Well, yeah, but we haven't been beating the Titan because I think it's really Dave and Kermit that are doing all the damage.
Right.
And if both of them don't work real hard, they won't be able to beat it because we're not helping at all because we're too weak.
So you have to have them.
So,
active.
But I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's not hurting anything. And like when they do beat it, then it's like a ton of hero souls. So it's cool.
Well, David's been in New York, I think.
So go to the name of the clan. If you add, so just go to search, and then it's Radio BrendoMan, capital R, Radio space, capital B, and the Brendo Man. So BrendoMan is one word, but capital B, capital M.
Yes.
So Radio BrendoMan. That's the name of the clan. And then once you click apply, and then I will see your name in there, and I'll add you. We only have like 3 more slots. I want to say maybe 4. And then we'll be full.
Then it's full.
And then if somebody wants to start a second one,
start their own.
They can start their own.
Nice.
All right. What else? What else been going on?
Well, okay. So this will fall under music as well, but in case I forget it to go over it with music, Blue Christmas has been a big part of my stuff this week. We've got basically a finalized lineup and kind of it's all set. So I'll tell you guys right now, in case anyone's around, we're doing it in Big Bear this year.
Yeah.
I don't know how many listeners we have in Big Bear outside of my family, but
we got people in the area.
If you guys want to come up, it's going to be super cool. It's December 5th.
Josh and Rachel, A+B, making a triumphant return.
That's right. They're going to be coming back again. It's going to be fantastic.
If you go on YouTube, I posted one of their performances. It was when Rachel did the
cover one.
Yeah,
of Lord
cover is really good.
It's fantastic. They're amazing. The Bittersweet Way is going to be coming. He comes out from Arizona and he's been at many Blue Christmases. If you've probably heard us talk about him. We got the new band, which is Bridgie, which I talked about going to the show a few weeks ago or like probably a month ago.
Yeah,
and it was super good. And then this is pertinent news to Radio BrendoMan.
Yeah, because you all know this band.
You guys all know this band. Ann Lynn is playing at the show.
Yeah.
And our opening theme song.
And closing.
If you guys listen to that song, that's Ann Lynn. And they're playing live.
Also, sometimes they say, hey, we're Ann Lynn.
That's true. Sometimes you got the intro. They're going to be there. Now, I'm not sure. It might not be the full band. It might be partial band, whatever. But, in some form or another, Ann Lynn is going to be there. And so if you guys want to check that out, if you've ever been curious to see what that would look like live, it's going to be fantastic. It's $5. It's a good deal. And we'll do a discount. If you have a Radio BrendoMan listener, I don't know. We'll figure something out.
$4.
Get you in for $4. You get $1 off.
And you get a free sticker.
And you get free, we'll hook you up with some stuff. I'll give you a free CD.
There you go.
Free CD. If you are from Radio BrendoMan and you come up, I'll give you a free CD of my choosing.
Do I have to say a secret word?
Yeah, Radio BrendoMan.
Did say let the cookies cool?
Let the cookies, dude, let the cookies cool for your free CD. That's it. That's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Go to Big Bear. Go on the show.
Go to Big Bear. Go to the show.
Let the cookies cool, and you get a free CD.
And $1 off.
And $1 off. We'll refund you at the table.
Okay.
But to get your refund, you have to say...
you say let the cookies cool.
Let the cookies cool. Well, that's to get a free CD. If they want $1 refund, they have to say another code. They have to
now
say...
you're being ridiculous.
They have to say Kenobi out.
Nobody's going to do this.
So Kenobi out if you want your $1 back. Let the cookies cool for a free CD. You can get both of them.
Nobody.
These offers are combinable.
Does this.
If anyone does it, if you do both of them, you get some bonus stickers too.
Okay.
So that's good.
There you go.
It's complicated. I like it.
Come to Big Bear. Where in Big Bear?
Oh, it's at the community church, Bear Valley Community Church, but it's in their like a side building. That it's not like in like the sanctuary. It's in like they have a little venue off to the side.
Yeah,
that's it used to be like the old church, but now they just use it for like events and stuff. So anyway, it's gonna be cool. Should definitely come.
Church.
No, definitely not. It's just
so we're not. It's not a trick.
It's
not a trick.
It's not
no tricks.
Not gonna be like an altar call or anything like that. It's just a cool place to do a show. I've done shows at churches since I was in high school. For one, churches have like built-in sound systems and venues. Like there's not a lot of places that just have stuff like that. And if people are cool. Because I understand, like I've been to shows. Even as someone who
we've gotten tricked,
I've gotten bamboozled, I've gotten ambushed. It's not fun. But this is not that kind of thing.
A living sacrifice show, man.
Yeah,
a living sacrifice.
I don't know.
The one where the POD, that was something else. That was Crucified.
Crucified, yeah, Crucified. Where they played like two songs.
It was
and then
a
we
trap.
had like a big old like sermon.
Yeah.
This is not that kind of event. This is just cool bands, and the church is being nice enough to let us do it there, and we appreciate them. So, that's...
I don't know. I feel like if you were in the punk scene, like, I feel like I went to punk shows at churches, like, that, like, totally, like, just because they were a good place. Like, venues are hard to come by.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, like, to me,
especially
it's
affordable venues.
Yes. And
all ages.
It's all ages. It's, you're not going to go to any other great shows for $5, There's no ticket fees or anything like that. It's actually only $4 if you're a listener.
Again, $4.
$4 for Kenobi out.
Hopefully it won't be a snowstorm. You never know.
It's days. True. There's kind of a gamble with the whole El Nino thing, but,
It could also just rain.
It's warm, so,
That's what I've heard. I've heard it's going to be, like, wet,
but not
wet winter cold. Up in Big Bear.
Yeah, so we'll see. Obviously, if
we've had crazy Santa Ana winds.
Yeah, huge windstorm last night.
Scared the crap out of everybody.
Yep.
Phil was freaked out,
stumbling around the house. I thought someone was trying to break in until I opened the door and saw the trees whipping against the house.
See, I could hear the wind. It was so
half
loud.
asleep though, so I wasn't thinking straight.
But it did scare the crap out of me at first.
I was thinking about my dream. If you guys want to hear my crazy dream, you have to listen to the pre-show on YouTube.
We were talking a lot about just weird dreams.
Weird stuff, yeah.
And parent dreams.
Yeah. And getting squished by a whale.
That's so dumb.
So Blue Christmas is going to be great. Check it out.
You went on a boat trip.
Oh, yeah, we went on a boat trip.
What was that about?
Well, okay, so we got a Groupon or Amazon local deal, something like that.
Dad's birthday
for my dad's. It was either birthday or Father's Day. They're real close to each other, and I can't remember which one it was for. But it was actually out in Newport Harbor. And it was not just, they do those harbor tours.
Yeah.
But this was actually, we rented a boat. And my dad was Captain Dad. He got to drive it.
Nice.
So, yeah, we took it out for an hour and a half. You could bring food on it. So we just brought snacks and drove around the harbor. They give you a map. And
kids have fun.
Yeah, it was super cool. Super cool. So, just saw a lot of fun stuff. And the map has little things that says this famous person used to live here or whatever. So it's, you kind of give yourself your own little tour. And it was a lot of fun. So, and then I don't know, I guess this week has just been nuts. It's been, I went in the classrooms a bunch, was working on this. Oh, okay, last story. I almost forgot this. So Monday was completely shot because Monday and Tuesday, I got the ticket. Remember, I got this traffic ticket a few months ago. And the whole thing, I think I explained a little bit about how I wanted to do traffic school, but then I didn't pay the thing. So then I had to go down there and I applied for an extension to repay for traffic school, and I got it. But then I couldn't pay it online because it said that my thing was closed. So I had to go back down to the courthouse to pay for the extra fee.
Is this in Redlands or in San Bernardino?
In Moreno Valley. Far down in Moreno Valley at the courthouse down there. So I have to go back in there, and I talked to the people at the courthouse.
Is that because that's where you got the ticket?
It was in Riverside County, yeah.
Okay.
But the reason I couldn't do it online is because my ticket was technically closed since I already paid the fee. and you're not allowed to reopen a case online.
So shady.
It is. And so I go down there, like I pick up Janelle after school. We go down, and the courthouse closes at 4. So who can go? Who can get there?
It's the speed.
So I got down there, but I got there at like 3:20.
Yeah.
And this is the most aggravating thing. So you take a ticket, right?
Yeah.
And it's got the number.
And you were like, oh.
So there's literally like I was at 44.
Yeah.
And the people they were calling were like 74. So like looped around. We're talking another 70 people. Except I'm looking in the room and there's probably about like 15 people in the room.
So
a bunch of people had like taken tickets and left. Some of the people, like we were talking to each other, had been there since like 3 in the afternoon, or I mean since like noon or where, like 3 hours, right? And so what happened is we figure out they have their little like system, right? So the computer calls the next number, now serving number 3, right? And then it calls it. If no one shows up, it calls it again, and then it does a third time. Then it moves to the next number.
So you had to do that.
But the problem is, if the person's not there, it doesn't matter.
All that time.
So while I sat there, I was there for like almost 40 minutes.
Yeah.
They called in 2 people, and we could see the clerks just sitting there like doing nothing at the desk. But then we were talking, and we talked to the lady that was like running the room out there, and she said, "Yeah, that's how the computers are. There's nothing we can do, even if everyone's left."
I feel like they need to fix that.
That's ridiculous. So no, these people that were there for like 3 hours didn't get in because they had to call these numbers that obviously no one was there for. They couldn't ask the room like, "Hey, is there anyone here that's got, who's next? Who's got the next number?"
Doesn't make.
So I sat there for 40 minutes.
Why have that system if it
didn't get in? I had to go back again the next day. I had to
horrible.
drop off. So I'd already wasted a day doing this, and I had to go the next day, drop off the kids, and I went down during the middle of the day, and then I had to wait again, and I finally got it all taken care of. It's done. But dude, that is a broken system. And we're all sitting here like, are they serious? The clerks are just sitting there doing nothing because the computer has to cycle through, call each number 3 times very slowly.
A skip button?
There's no skip button. They say, no, we have to go through them all. It's the way the computer's set up.
So just turn it all off.
Yeah, because I'm like, there are 15 people in this room. There is nobody being helped. There's 10 desks. There's numbers 1 through 10.
Like all of us.
10 desks sitting empty while 15 of us are waiting for this number to cycle through. And so for each number, it takes about like 3 or 4 minutes for it to go through. And they have to wait for that number to go.
I feel like any employee and worth their salt would just be like, all right, you.
Yeah, who's next? Who's got the next number?
Next.
Could have boom,
boom.
Because when I did get to go the next day, my entire process was about 2 minutes. That's how long it took for them to help me with what I needed. Even though mine was sort of a complicated case, it was about 2 minutes once I finally got up to the thing.
It's horrible. That's like that.
So, yeah,
I would have.
For 2 days was shot.
I feel like I would have.
Well, there was a couple of people that like almost, because this one guy who had been there for 3 hours, and because they kind of at the end the lady kind of, okay, well, who's been here the longest, and she's like, I don't know if I can speed it up. Well, so they got one more person in, and then they called his number. And as he's walking up, there's like a sliding door, and she slides it and says, I'm sorry, it just turned 4 o'clock. I can't let you in.
Oh, I would have.
You're going to have to come back tomorrow.
That would have been
I thought he was going to lose it. He held it together, but like, she's like, there's no exceptions. If I make an exception for you, I have to make an exception for everyone.
Like, we've all been sitting here while you guys are doing nothing.
And they called him up and then closed the door on him and said, I'm sorry, it's 4 o'clock. There's nothing we can do. Yeah.
That's like they're asking for like a bad thing to happen.
Oh, they were just, and it's one of those, it was definitely one of those where like government employees who just hate that they have to be there. And they were so rude. Like every single person, like if you asked them a question, was just like disgusted that you were even interacting with them. It was the worst experience. And don't get a ticket in Riverside County. I guess if I could teach you anything,
it's horrible.
Don't do it because it was the worst.
Just thinking about that.
I know. Can you imagine? Because I was only there for 40 minutes. That dude was there for 3 hours watching these numbers tick by. And then got called up and then didn't make it in.
And then meanwhile, those people are getting paid
to sit there and watch the computer while they twiddle their thumbs. Sorry, there's nothing we can do. That's how the computer's set up. You're telling me there's no way to like look in the room. Hey, there's 15 people in here. Make a line. We'll get through this. Yeah. Oh. And I had to go to that courthouse, do that room 3 times. That's the third time I had to do it. I wasted 2 days this week doing
You
that.
should have brought me just to like be like your flip out guy.
Well, by the time you got out,
I could rent out maybe I should rent out my services. Like I will flip out on your behalf.
Quarter flip out because I can't do it. Because I was just sitting there like fuming, but I'm like, what am I going to do? And there's guards with guns over there. I mean, no one's going to really freak out unless they really do, but that's scary.
I would have freaked out and gotten shot.
That's scary.
But
that's your service, right?
I would have gotten shot. That's how I'm gonna get shot, like or something bad.
Yeah.
Is I'm gonna be in that courthouse and like they're gonna do that, and I'm just gonna be like, that's it.
I can't take it anymore.
And I'm gonna be the first person to get shot for yelling.
I think that guy. I mean, I thought he was gonna lose it. I'm like, because at the end, I knew I wasn't getting in. I knew they weren't for the last 10 minutes, but I'm like, I got to see what goes down here. I can't leave yet. I want to know what's going to happen.
Oh, that poor.
Yeah. So that was my week. That was 2 out of my 5 days this week. I spent at the stupid courthouse.
That's horrible.
Because and it's way down there. I mean, it's probably like 40 minutes from our house, something like that. So that's an hour and 20 minutes of driving 2 times. Ugh. Anyway, all right. Well, that's the end of my rant on that. That was my week.
Well, so last week I was debating on whether or not I was gonna go on StubHub or whatever to get tickets to Hell in a Cell.
You waited till the last minute.
So I waited till Sunday because they were not going down. I'm like, these are not, because it was that big of a main event. Like people aren't giving, like they know that like if people who are looking online, they're gonna buy the tickets.
Right.
So like they never dropped. So like the tickets that I knew were like $30 were selling for like $100.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm not paying $100 for obstructed view, like last row seats. Like I'm fine paying $30 for those seats, which I've done and I'm happy to do. You can still see everything.
Right.
It's fine, but I'm not paying $100 for those seats because 1, they're not comfortable. And 2, like especially up there, it seems like it's always rowdy people that keep getting up to like go buy beer, whatever. So like, because I remember last year, like Jesse and I went, Jesse from Extra Damage, and because Benson couldn't go, and we seriously like at some point we just stayed because we were like in like the middle of like where people, we seriously just stood up like half the time.
Everyone's just going by.
People were just, because we're at the end of the aisle and like we're just like. It's not even worth sitting down. And also the seats were uncomfortable, but it was fine. Still had a fun time. But so this year I'm like, I'm not paying $100 for the privilege of doing that. Plus you're looking at, because of the way they do it now, the $5 lots that I used to park at, those disappeared.
They caught on to you.
So they're like 10, like the cheapest parking you can find within like at least a mile, maybe 2 miles, is like $10. So you're looking at $10 for parking. Parking at Staples is like $40, like
gosh,
or something crazy. So I've never ever done that. But like there's $10 lots, like easy to find. I think there's probably still $5 lots, like a little farther out. But I get a little freaked out because like you're going deeper into like that shady area, and these events get out a little later, and like because as soon as you leave that LA Live area, you are in some not nice places. You don't want to be walking down these dark alleys. And it is dark alleys.
Yeah.
And like you don't want to be out there like at 10.
You don't want your car sitting out there.
So you kind of have to make, so that's where like the $10 lots I feel are good compromise, where it's again, it's not the comfort of having it right there and like, but it's I mean it's good. It's fine.
It's cheaper.
So I park out there and then I walk, and then I went and had Smash Burger because I like Smash Burger and it's right there. And so anyways, what I had done for seats, because I'm not paying $100. So on SeatGeek, which is an app and a website, basically what they do, so there's StubHub, which is that's Ticketmaster, that's all part of that evil empire where these huge blocks of tickets mysteriously end up on StubHub like immediately, which I wonder what's going on there. How does that happen? And they're both owned by, it just seems so like, how is this even legal?
I don't know.
Like, because it is, it's basic, it's legal. Somehow they've legalized scalping.
Yeah. Like it's like a monopoly of scalping.
Yeah,
they buy them from themselves.
Yeah, it's so shady. Like it's the shadiest shady thing.
Yeah.
Because like these huge blocks of tickets immediately disappear and wind up on StubHub, and it's so shady. But one thing that is kind of shady that I discovered from using SeatGeek is so SeatGeek basically what they do is they take everything except StubHub. You can go on. So since they apparently there's a lot of other broker websites.
Okay.
So this takes all of those and then it rates them by the deal you're getting, not by the cheapest, because that might necessarily even the cheapest ones might not necessarily be a good deal.
Right.
Like basically it's taking I think the face value of the tickets
comparing
the actual and then giving it a rating. But then, so I noticed that there's like great deal, okay deal. All those $100 moon seats were in like the terrible deal.
Right.
And then like they're great deals. They were great deals, but they're still like $300 like floor seats.
Right.
But they're like prime floor seats. So you're getting a good deal because they're only marking those up like maybe $50.
Okay.
But it's still, I'm like, I'm not paying $300 as much. Someday I do want to sit front row at a WWE event. Someday. I don't know when that day will be, but someday I would love to do that because it would just because I've been at floor level like right front row for indie shows and I can't imagine being in that on a WWE show. It's got to be just like and interacting with the wrestlers because I've seen them like you can like but like I've never been on that level of WWE show because it's so much more expensive. I mean, even front row PWG like a Bola was like $75. I'm like that's a big deal.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, so then I'm scrolling through. So it goes down to like terrible deal, and then there's this section which I think most people don't get to because I'm revealing the secret. Okay. Because there's huge blocks of these tickets. So then there's a section where it says no deal score available. And at first I thought, well, what's the deal with these? And it turns out, here's the deal. So there's the suites, right? Like the event suites, which those aren't something you can just go like when the tickets go on sale. That's not something you can select. Like event suite, you have to actually rent the entire suite, and most time it's like a company or like a celebrities or whatever. Like the WWE at every single one of their events as part of their deal with the building, they get their own suite. So like guests, like so for instance, this is what I found out. So you know those celebrities that you see on the floor and you always wonder why, like some of them are there the whole time. Like Rick Rubin is hardcore and also like he's kind of scary. Like he's this big, have you ever seen what he looks like? Rick Rubin's a famous music producer.
Okay.
And he's this giant, he's tall and he's basically like a Howard Hughes type. I don't know what his deal is, but he's got like this crazy beard. He wears like flip-flops. And just like he's a super rich dude, so he doesn't like he just has no care for his personal appearance. And so I don't think people like bug him too much. But like a lot of celebrities, so they'll be there for like their big photo opportunity and maybe like the main event match. And I always wondered like where they go. Well, they're either backstage or WWE has a suite that guests can go hang out at because there's food. So they rent the suite, and then you can also, as part of your suite package, you can get like a hosted bar or like nacho bar or like catering. Yeah. So then I found out that what happens is that not all those suites always get rented. So whatever's left over, the ticket brokers will either pool together or one big ticket broker. So, because here's how I discovered this, is they'll buy a suite and then they sell the tickets for like, so for instance, these ones, it was $150 because there is no individual price on a suite ticket. And that's why it's doesn't show up in like the deals because there is no comparison because it's not a real ticket. So they could charge whatever they want for these. But I figured, I'm like, it's only $50 more than the crappy movie. And I knew they're like, because the suites have like this back part where there's like tables and like you can kind of hang around in. And then there's like 3 rows of like seats, but they're like nice. They're bigger. You have more leg room. They're more comfy. And so I'm like, I want that. And like, and so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I have some extra money. It's not that crazy. That was like my outer reach was like $150. So I'm like, and I like, when am I mean, who knows? And then, so then I get it. And and there's a name on the ticket, and I look it up, and sure enough, he's the president. The name on my ticket is the president of a ticket brokerage company. Because I just Googled it, and I'm like, okay, I think I'm getting this whole. I think I get it. Because they can charge whatever they want for these individual tickets, and so So basically, what they do is they divide, like, you know, $150 ticket. They sell like I think each suite is like there's 20. They give you 25 tickets for like a normal event suite.
Right.
So then in times 100. So let's say they pay like maybe like 5,000 or a few thousand, and then they'll basically double that, divide it by 25, and that's how much they charge. So you're getting it's a really good deal, because these seats, yes, they're high, but my seat, I was right in the middle. I was right behind where the announce table. So I'm like perfect view of everything, and I'm not right by where the pyro goes off. So it's not like deafening every time.
No one in front of you.
And there's no one in front of you because you're above people, but you're not in like the crazy rowdy cheap seats.
Right.
And so also the biggest thing was private, like separate entrance. So you don't have to stand in like the crazy lines that wrap all the way around the building.
Right.
And then it's like totally separate from the rest of the building. And it was like, I felt like there's like an episode of The Simpsons where Homer joins the Stonecutters, and there's like this whole secret like Stonecutters entrance into the power plant, and it's like nice, and there's like a guy playing the violin, and it's like all like wood panels and like red carpet, and like that's what this was, and like individual bathrooms, like the nicest bathrooms, like you would have used.
No troughs,
nothing like that. It was nuts. And then when I get in the suite, like, because like I got there like right when the building opened, so nobody else was in. So I was like for 15 minutes I had the suite to myself. And so then I look over, and it turns out that like Matt Cohen and Max Landis were there with Seth Green, and they were in the WWE suite, which happened to be right next. So I look over, and they're like all there, and then we hung out for a little bit, but they got to go backstage and stuff, and I was jealous.
That's pretty cool. But that's like cool. Super crazy that you got to do that.
Yeah. And I saw Mark Ariano down on the floor because he was taking pictures with his girlfriend. And then we each like showed where we were. And I was like just right directly above him.
That's
like
cool.
Several, like I'm like up about 50 rows above you in the suite. But then I had like the two, like, because not like a bunch of people decided to like sit around the tables that were up there. So like, not even all the seats were taken up, so I had like a 2-seat buffer
kind of spread out,
and it was awesome.
That's cool.
Because normally I'm like all crammed in, and it was great, and the event was great, and the cell matches were as brutal as I had thought they were going to be. Undertaker and Brock Lesnar like started bleeding like immediately, and like they even did this whole spot where like Brock Lesnar like tore off the canvas of the ring, and he was just slamming Undertaker like on the wooden planks. Like it was pretty brutal.
Wow.
Because like that's like to the point where like they're not even on the, because there's like this like I would say like this thick foam underneath the canvas. So he ripped off both of those, and he's just slamming on like solid wood, and they both took bumps on that like solid.
Wow.
And they were already like Brock Lesnar was bleeding a lot. Like I don't know, it was pretty crazy, and they beat the crap out of each other, and it was cool. And
this is a cool new secret. I mean,
SeatGeek.
And it's funny. It's similar to one of my great eBay secrets. I'll throw out an eBay secret here, but it's the same kind of thing where if you sort, say you look for something you want to buy, and you sort by price plus shipping, so you can see the cheapest ones, right? As you go higher and higher and higher, at the very end, it has stuff where the shipping is not specified.
Yeah.
And sometimes those are like super cheap, and someone just kind of messed up on their listing and didn't know how to specify the shipping.
Yeah.
You can contact them, and I've gotten incredible deals because no one looks at those if they're going by price, because it gets like bumped all the way to the bottom. So, you know, it goes like $5, $10, $15, $1,000, and then it could be like 9 cents down here, but they just didn't specify shipping. So if you want a good deal, make sure you go to the end. There you go. It's just like your seat.
So now I'm at an impasse because I don't know if I'm going to be able to take off work for WrestleMania.
Uh-oh. And where's WrestleMania again this
in
next year?
Dallas.
So
and tickets go on sale next Friday.
Uh-oh.
Or next Saturday. I have money to at least buy a cheap ticket.
But what if you can't use it?
I could probably throw it up and sell it. Because I don't know. Because that stadium seats 110,000, 115,000 people. They could sell it out. They're gonna have to have it's not gonna. There's the thing. I don't know if I'll have time. It's not gonna sell out. I don't think it's gonna. If it is gonna sell out, it'll be they're gonna be trying to sell tickets. I feel like for months. I don't think they're gonna.
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of tickets to sell. But even at Levi Stadium, those tickets went real fast, and that was like 70. That was like 75,000. So this is another 50,000. 40,000 people on top of that. So I don't know. I feel like I need to buy a ticket the day they go on sale, and then I don't know. I feel like I should just make it work.
What day of the week is it on?
Well, it's on Sunday, but I would definitely take that Friday, Monday, and Tuesday off. Because if I'm going out there, I'm going to the Raw.
You want to, make your time of it.
And if I'm going out there, I'm going to get there. I'm going to leave on Thursday. That way I can at least go to shows Friday and Saturday.
Right.
Because I already looked, they're already putting up schedules. Like WrestleCon doing the most they've ever done. Huh. There's going to be 2 Ring of Honor shows at WrestleCon plus Ring of Honor. And then there's all the Evolve stuff. And now that Evolve is working with NXT, which that's a thing.
Right.
The indies, NXT is working with some of the indie groups now. I can't even imagine what WrestleMania week is going to be like for those NXT. They might do crossover NXT Evolve shows. That would be freaking insane. So I really want to go and be part of all that. And I was looking around Dallas. There's so many hotels that even if I stay only a little bit outside the crazy area, and I'm gonna rent a car anyways. I'll do the same thing I did in New Orleans. It won't be that much money. If I got a couple people that might come, might not come, so that's always possible. The problem is I don't get paid for the days I don't work. Yeah. And as I discovered, I went home early from work the other day, and it completely screwed me for the rest of the week because our
schedule-wise?
Well, no, just because it immediately already it pushes back the deliveries I was supposed to do, plus all the computers I'm supposed to be setting up, and no one's doing that for me while I'm gone. So I'm only hurting myself, and that was only a couple hours, because I just wasn't feeling that well, and I'm never doing this again because this is horrible now, and I was just horrible.
Huh.
And so
2-3 days, that's rough.
But if I give them notice, then maybe they'll be more prepared, because this was no notice, so there was no way to prepare. So at least if I once I know when it's going to be, and I say, hey, and then I'm hoping by Comic-Con next year I'll be a permanent, so then I'll have real vacation time.
Right.
Hope that's the goal.
Yeah, because that's.
Well, I'm definitely I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think they have a problem with me taking off, especially since they don't have to pay me.
Yeah, it's just a matter of.
But it's a matter of me not completely screwing myself. Because let me tell you, man, when I found out, I'm oh, nobody prepared these machines that are now due today, and then I got to push back and try and push them. They're no, they need them now, and I'm all right, I'm just gonna do my best. And
oh man.
And then today I went to deliver some computers, and one the desk wasn't even there. It was in this open area, and I'm is this where it's supposed to be? And they're yeah, they're kind of delayed, and there wasn't even a place to plug in a network cable. I'm like, well, I can't set this up. They're like, well, they're starting on Monday. I'm like, you don't understand. There's no network port here. Like, they're like, oh. I'm like, all right, you guys need to figure this out.
Not like what you do, right?
Like, I can't magically make the computer work. Like, they're like, well, can't you just set it up? I'm like, it requires the network. Like, you need to log on to the network. So in order to log on to the network, we must have a network. Do you see a network port here? They're like, oh, I guess. So like, I'm like, this again, like half of my job is making sure that other people do their jobs. And that to me is just like stupid and a giant waste of time and frustration.
Well,
it drives me crazy.
I could definitely see that.
But
did you set it up on the floor anyway?
Oh no, I was about to, and then I'm like, I could probably get in trouble if it gets. So I'm just like, whatever. So like, I'm gonna have to get something Monday. I know it's gonna be some. As soon as it gets set up, I'm going to rush over there because like the guy's going to be there.
He's expecting to be ready.
So, like, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I kind of like today, like by the end of the day at work, I'm just like, I don't even know what's going on. And it's 5:30. Bye. Like,
well,
it was just so stressful.
That's why they made weekends.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm probably going to buy a ticket because I mean, like. Again, I'll do my WrestleMania move, which is probably buy the cheapest level. Because again, I don't mind sitting at the tippy top. It's fine, and that's gonna be so crazy, like 110,000 people, and I know they'll come through with some crazy main event. Like I'm pretty sure The Rock's gonna wrestle, and like I want to see that. Like,
have you ever seen him wrestle?
Yeah, back in '98.
Okay.
And then like he came back. He's come back for a couple WrestleManias, but that was before I was doing this.
So you didn't smell what he was cooking?
Didn't smell what he was cooking. I did a long time ago.
Was it good?
It's pretty good.
It smelled good?
Yeah. Because I went to a Raw at the height of all that, and it was like Stone Cold and The Rock and at the height of all that. And it was the craziest thing I've ever experienced. Like that was the high point of like pop culture and wrestling at their apex,
right?
And like this is the San Diego Sports Arena, it was completely full, and when The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin came out, like people completely lost. Like it was crazy. I've never experienced that kind of energy, and I've been to a lot of different live events. So I really want to go. I want to make it happen, and I mean, as much as I'm not a huge fan of Texas, and
what time of the year is it?
It's not going to be. It's in like March, April, so it won't be like crazy hot.
They're not middle of summer.
Well, that's where they're talking about doing in Minneapolis, and I'm like,
March.
In March. I mean, yes, it's going to be that brand new dome, but I'm like, I'm not going to want to go around town. Right. Like it was like New Orleans was touchy enough because it rained every day, right. But they had to like cancel the outdoor events at WrestleCon half the time. But Minneapolis, there could be a freaking blizzard in March.
Yeah.
Like the odds are pretty high.
Right, there's gonna be snow.
So I'm like, I don't know about that. So I don't know if it'll happen. If it did, it'd be awesome because like I could stay at my mom's.
That's true.
And I'm sure she would love that.
Yeah.
And
will she go to a show with you?
Absolutely not.
What if she wanted to, though?
I mean, if she wanted to, maybe I could get her to go to one of the indie shows. I know she wouldn't go to one of the WWE shows because there's fireworks and like she can't.
Oh yeah.
She does not do any.
No pyro.
No, none. She would flip out because it's freaking loud, and she hates. I mean, this is a woman where when we went to Red Robin when I was a kid, we had to sit in the very back of the restaurant as far away from the balloon machine as possible. And she was still, anytime she heard the balloon machine, she'd sit there like this with her ears. Because my mom had some traumatic event. I think from what I remember, she's told the story a couple times. Like one of her brothers put firecrackers under a teeter-totter that she was on. Some horrible thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I could see that. That would be traumatizing.
Some traumatizing event involving fireworks and older brothers that are jerks. And yeah.
I never did that to my brother, so
it's good. So I don't know, and I mean, now that my brother went out there, I'm like, hopefully I can at least like
Yeah, that's true. Like the gauntlet has been thrown.
Ugh. I don't know. It's so expensive it's cheaper to fly to New York than it is to fly to like the middle of the country, and it's stupid.
Yeah,
like
because that's their main.
I don't know
route.
if you saw this. Like Virgin's flying. Not Virgin. JetBlue's gonna start flying out of Ontario again.
Yeah,
and like the JetBlue from like one way to New York is like $125.
Yeah,
so that's like $250 round trip to JFK. Like that's a pretty good deal. You can't get that to Minneapolis. No. Minneapolis is like $400. Like it's freaking stupid. And flying into Minneapolis anytime outside of like when it's any chance of snow is just you might get snowed in for days. Like I've gotten stuck there.
How far is Chicago?
I don't know, not that far.
Because that's where it's always cheaper to fly into there.
Yeah, but that's like a 5 hour.
Okay, I didn't know like how.
It's like 5, 6. Well, it was it's like 3 hours to like Madison.
Because a lot of the airlines have a hub in Chicago.
Yeah.
So you can.
Well, my mom's done that, but that's a long drive, and and if it's snowing, I sure as heck don't want to drive in the snow.
That's bad news.
Because I remember having to do that
for 5 hours. Well, because that's more than 5 hours. Then you're like.
Well, it was like 3 hours to Madison, so it'd be like maybe 5 hours.
Yeah.
3 hours or 2.5 hours? 2.5, 3 hours.
Well, Chicago. Once the snow comes in, then you like it's unpredictable.
I drove to Chicago a couple times from Madison, but that was from Madison, and it was in the summer. I never drove to Chicago in the winter because like that's just a horrible idea.
Yeah.
Because I've gotten stuck on the roads in the snow, and like I thought I was gonna I'm gonna die before a tow truck gets here because it's like 10 degrees outside. Right. And like
I think people in California don't ever like you talk about having extra warm clothes and blankets. No one has that in their car in California. No, nobody cares. Like, what's the worst you could do is get a little chill.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. Like, if you got trapped in your car overnight, like you could die.
You could freeze to death. Yeah. Here it'd be like might get a crick in your neck.
Yeah, I was always very scared.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because I remember I got stuck. My car died in a snowstorm, and I had to sit there trying to flag down people. And finally, some lady was nice enough, and she had a cell phone. This was
early
2000. It was still 2000, so like not everybody had cell phones. Yeah. But luckily, and she called the tow truck, and she waited there with me. And because she's like, you're obvious. Because I was like so freaked out. I'm like, she's like, where are you from? Like, well, I live in Stoughton, but I'm from San Diego. She's like, oh, okay.
You're not from around.
Because I was just like, I'm so cold. And I didn't even have my coat because it wasn't supposed to be snowing.
Yep.
Oh, I do not miss that at all. But what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, wrestling. Hell in a Cell was fun. And I want to go to now every time I go to a big event, I'm like, it just stokes that fire. Yeah. And they didn't even say when the next event in LA is. Usually they do, so that means it's probably not till next year.
So this Texas one.
And it'll probably be like we'll probably get a Raw, but like I don't know when because we're not getting SummerSlam. They signed a deal with SummerSlam's gonna be in Brooklyn for the next 3 years.
Wow.
Like they signed that multi-year deal in LA, and now they signed it over there. So yeah. Anyways, book corner.
Book corner.
I've been reading a lot of books, man. I've been
reading.
That. Well, because it's the only way I stay sane at work. It's like I read a lot. Yeah. So I finished the Battle Royal Slam book, which is all these essays.
The essay one, yeah.
It was really good. A lot of good essays. The one about pro wrestling and really great.
About that.
I really enjoyed it. I finished Henry and Beezus, which is the second one, and for some reason, all the Henry and Ribsy books are on Overdrive except the third one,
which is the third
Henry and Ribsy. For some reason,
okay. Huh?
Like they're all on there except that one, so I had to order that one. So I don't know when it's going to come in. So
all right, give me a chance to catch up there.
They are such quick reads.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Pretty good though.
Oh yeah, they're fun. They're really entertaining. Henry and Beezus was great. The only one I've ever read was Henry and Ribsy.
Okay.
Like I had that one, But yeah, they're really great. It's really funny, cool stories. Also, it's always like toddler Ramona is really entertaining. Like in Henry and Beezus, she has a whole thing where she like shoots people with her squirt gun and just says you're dead.
That's funny.
Just some entertaining, a lot of like 50s like pre-Vietnam culture that's just like so weird and foreign, but you knew it existed. But it's just like really just like a lot of like just cheesy like, oh, this is what kids did like before, and like I don't know, it's just like so like not like too white bread, but pretty like just like gee whiz, like it's just, but not in like a bad way, but it's just so like,
well, it's a snapshot of an early time, right?
And it's pretty entertaining. I don't know, just a simpler, not simpler time, but like a different. Just very different.
Yeah,
because like, yeah, it's weird thinking about that because I know people always call those the good old days, but I'm like,
good and bad, good and bad. A lot of good stuff.
Good if you were a white dude.
Well, yeah, that's true.
So, yeah. So, but it's just interesting, and then so Stephen King had recommended that. So I had this on my Amazon wish list because I was gonna pull the trigger. Stephen King earlier tweeted about this book. It's by this author Paul Tremblay. He's only written a couple books. He's actually still teaching. As of like he was writing about this book and it came out in June, but as of September he was still teaching school, and
super cool.
Which is like I don't know, that just makes him seem like more
like a real dude.
Yeah. And so this book is called So Stephen King tweeted this was one of the scariest books I've ever read. No, and that's hard. I don't say that often. So he said it scared the holy hell out of him.
Ooh.
And I was like, whoa. Like, whoa.
That's serious talk.
It's called A Head Full of Ghosts. It's a modern day possession story. Or is it?
Oh,
question mark. One of those. It's so I actually read the whole thing in like seriously like one day. Like one day, because it was
super scary.
Till the very end, I had no idea what was going to happen. It was just like thrill to the very end. It freaked me out real bad, where I was like, I don't think I should be reading this at this. Like, I'm gonna freak out, and then it was pretty.
Were you able to sleep afterwards? Okay,
because it's like about two sisters. I'm like, I don't have a sister.
Okay, so you're okay. Yeah. As long as you can't like directly connect yourself.
If it was like about a dude that lived by himself or like
in an apartment, yeah,
I'd be really freaked out. But since it wasn't, but it really did a number. It was really good.
What if it was like a never-ending story kind of thing? We were reading a horror book, and then it's like talking about this dude who was in an apartment. He barfed on his carpet.
Then it would be like a Stranger Than Fiction
thing. But it's like a horror book, though. Like horrible things.
No. At one point, you're just like, screaming, like, stop!
Yeah.
Stop it!
There's like things staring at you through the window. Something under your bed. A lizard gets in the house. It's really like a demon lizard or something.
It's here to suck your soul out of your brain. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, totally. That's why you were scared of it.
Well, do you ever see Cat's Eye, Stephen King Cat's Eye? Where like the frame, so it's like an anthology series where they took some of his short stories. It's got Drew Barrymore in it.
Okay.
And they took some of his short stories and made him into like these shorts.
Okay.
And then there's a framing device where this cat is like going around, and then the last story features the cat, and there's like these little dudes that come and they're like trying to suck this dude's soul out, and then the cat saves them. It's like really creepy.
So that could be your
sucking your soul
friend.
out.
Yeah. Now we know.
Maybe the lizard was gonna suck my soul. Maybe he's protecting.
Maybe it was your guardian lizard, and you chased it out of the house.
No. That's it. But A Head Full of Ghosts. It's really good, really scary. I recommend it if you like scary things. And it's not like super gory. There's like a couple like some sort of squeamy, gross scenes, but nothing like gory, and nothing that hasn't been like. Anyways, I don't want to spoil too much, so I don't want to elaborate.
All right.
It's really good. Highly recommended. And I don't know how much longer, but the reason why I read it the other day was because it was only $1.99 on the Kindle store. Normally it's like $15.
See, like a deal.
So yeah, that's why it's half my Amazon wish list is just like a deal tracker. It's kind of how I use it because you can sort it by price.
See, right.
And yeah. So that was awesome. And currently reading, since I was like still in the spooky mood, I had one more book left over from that Humble Horror book bundle from like forever ago. And it's called, so I had that one that was called The Zombies, The Recent Dead.
Okay.
So this other one, the companion anthology, is called Vampires, The Recent Undead.
Clever.
And it's all these vampire stories, but like from 2000 to 2010. So this is like in the midst of all that vampire craze. So some of them you can tell like it's like they're definitely trying to do things that are different than what was happening on the mainstream vampire.
So it's not all Twilight.
No, some of it was so far they've been some really good stories. Like some of them are funny, some of them are really creepy, some are just really good stories. It's really cool. I like it. And then I'm still
plugging away.
I'm at this part and the rest of the noise is just really intense because it's about like the Russian terror and like Stalin just like randomly killing and torturing artists and musicians, and it just sounds horrible. And I don't want to get too political, but it just reminded me of some of the things that have been coming out of Ben Carson's mouth lately. He's been talking a lot about suppressing talk. Like he gave this whole speech about suppressing liberal talk at universities that kind of scared the crap out of me because it was very like reading about the Soviet terror. I'm like, this is what they did there. These are the kind of things that dictators do.
Right.
It was very, and I'm like, I don't think these guys understand presidential powers. That's the other thing where I'm like listening to some of these guys and like the things that they say they're going to do. I'm like, the president can't do that.
It's like the class president speeches that kids gave. I'm going to put soda in the water fountain.
Did you guys even take a basic government class where like they tell you the branches of government and how they work? Because I'm like, none of these things that you say you're going to do, like you can do. I mean, first of all, like half the things you're saying are not constitutional. And then the other half are like things you can't do.
Don't fall into your job description.
Like you can't just be like, all right, this is how things are now in the country. Like that's not how things work.
That's what a dictator.
And there's a reason why they don't work that way. Because then you are a dictator.
And literally, that is dictating something.
That's bad. But just reading about like Stalin, who like part of the reason why it's called the terror is because not only did he just like randomly, but one of the reasons why, because it was so random, the other half of he kept the rest of the artists in line. That's why it's called the terror, because he terrorized them by like, because like one day the people would just wake up and like one of their friends would have just gone, or like he would like people. This one this very famous composer Shostakovich. Anyways, like he never got killed, but like half his family, they just like they killed half his family, and like they drove him insane. So reading it, so it's gotten interesting and also just depressing because I'm like, there are still people in power that think this is a good idea. Yeah. Like, and that's so messed up. Like, and it's like we really haven't learned from anything.
Some people have, just not everybody.
It's just scary to me that there are still people in power that think like this is how we should do things.
Yeah.
Like any contrarian talk should be silenced painfully. And again, like just like it's all people always go after the artists, and it still happens, and it's and trying, and then also people trying to use art as like again propaganda and other things, because that was also a big part of it, where like some of these like composers were basically like, some of them willingly and others not willingly, like he talks about like during the Nazi regime and how some people unfairly got painted as Nazi sympathizers who weren't. And then you have like Schoenberg, who like basically like got kicked out of Germany and ended up being one of the most influential, but like some of his contemporaries were painted another way,
right?
And so it's just interesting and poignant. So that, I mean, it's good. It's just, again, I only have 3 more renewals. I got another $2 in late fees.
Oh my gosh. How many more, like, how far through it? What percentage about?
Like a third.
Oh my gosh. And you're gonna finish it all?
I don't know.
Well, it sounds
it's just like any, I don't read print. That's because I don't read.
Yeah.
Because now, like, the only time I got my morning poop, but it's got to be a quickie.
Yeah. So you don't have time for a big.
I can't sit down. I can't look. I can't even look, because if I start looking at the book, then I'll end up. And then before I know it, my alarm to like leave is going off. And
so you only have one. See, I have like a series of 10 alarms throughout the morning. I dictate my every movement.
I just have one for when I wake up and one for when it's time to go.
I have that mine times, like how long I go to the bathroom. If I'm eating cereal too long, I'll know.
I don't need that.
If I'm pooping too long, if I'm showering. Shower is a huge one because I get lost in the shower.
I don't understand that.
I'll just be in there. I'm like Kramer on Seinfeld. I'll spend all day in there if I don't have alarms. And then you can't turn it off when you're all wet, so that like makes you get out of the shower. So I don't know how you do it. If I just had one alarm, I'd never make it anywhere. Nope. Can't. No way I could do that in the morning. The kids are just used to it too. Like just and I have different ones. Like I have the mellow one for waking up at first, and I have the like for more critical moments, like getting out of the shower.
Well, I've been part of all your alarms, like go get the kids.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Throughout the day, like that's how if I don't have that, I won't make it places. I have to.
Doesn't that make you feel like you're like just like a useless animal?
No. It makes it so that I know I can get somewhere, and it lets me relax. Because then I know, like, I'm not going to forget. Because I will do that. Like, if I don't have an alarm, I'll get spaced out on something and forget to do something
Maybe
important.
It's just because I was raised that, like, I mean, we got to be here at this time, and that's it.
You know me and my lack of punctuality in the past and present.
Your whole family.
If I don't have something like kicking me in the butt constantly, I will forget or be late or not do something, and it's tough. So thank goodness for cell phones where you can set like 20 different alarms. I could show you. I have them all set. Here's my Monday alarms. Wednesdays or Tuesdays are different because Audrey has electives, so I got a whole different set of alarms. Then I got my alarms for days I got to drop Janelle off because we got a whole different set of times. I got a lot of alarms.
Well, I don't have all that. I just have this.
And
then the one for leaving is new. Like I used to not have that. But I do. But like in the last few years, I do tend to like space out.
Yeah, and then once it goes off, you got no buffer.
And then I'm just good. And then because I'm already ready, I just have to go.
Luke and Audrey know, like the alarm will go off and say, "Oh, first alarm. Oh yeah, it's first alarm. We gotta get mommy in 10 minutes." Okay. And then second alarm will go off. Third alarm is when we have to get our shoes on and get like actually ready to go. And then fourth alarm, we have to be pulling out of the driveway by fourth alarm. If we're not, like you have to run. So.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. But that's teaching your kids aren't going to be punctual people because they're going to rely on this crazy alarm system.
But it helps me to be more punctual because then, like, it doesn't.
Yeah, but without that, you're screwed.
Well, just fortunately, I have that because I'm not like it's hard. I'm not wired that way. I'm wired to be easily distracted. That's all.
All right. What about you? Did you finish any books?
All right, I did. Let's see. So I finished Otherwise Known as Sheila the Great.
Yeah.
Which is, it was really fun. Again, it's like a side story of Tales of a Fourth Grade Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Peter's like mentioned in it. He appears very briefly in the beginning, but it's definitely a side story. It was fun. It wasn't as good as the Fudge series to me, but it was still, definitely worth a read. And it was funny. It's from her perspective, so it's kind of a different storytelling style, but it was good. We're almost done with How to Eat Fried Worms. I think we have like 2 chapters or 3 or 4 chapters, something like that. But that's been really fun reading that with the kids. And I'm not quite finished with the Magic Trap either. I don't know. The dad's in town.
It's nuts, right? It's really intense.
Like Evan's using like magic as a way to kind of like deal with the stress of his dad being there. And is he going to leave? And is he going to stay? And like Jesse's like super intense about everything. And yeah. It's really good.
The stuff with the parents, man, that's some real stuff. Like,
yeah, and it does not flinch away. Like,
no,
it's kind of brutal.
But like, I feel like that's awesome because like I think about like when I was in 5th and 6th grade and going through all that stuff with my parents. Like, if I had actually had a book or something that like that's why I gravitated to like 90210 and like Stephen King and stuff, because I'm like, this stuff deals with those issues, whereas the kid books I was reading, like there was sometimes there'd be like step things like and like parents, but it was never like dealt with in a square and honest way like it is in these books, and like it was in like in 90210 where you had characters dealing with and that's why I gravitated those. I'm like, these people are having real problems and I want to like be able to relate to something like that, because and then once you do see that, then you like, it's everything else becomes phony, like the like kind of when you can tell when they're glossing around these things,
and these ones they're so good.
She hits that stuff like so head on.
Incidentally, there was another one when we were kids, which was, I mean, what is it called? Dear Mr. Henshaw.
Oh my gosh,
that was one that like definitely took on.
Dude, that's the ultimate. Oh my gosh,
I remember.
Did you ever read the sequels?
Strider.
Yeah. Oh,
I remember reading that though. It was probably 3rd or 4th grade, and it was kind of like world changing because I wasn't personally dealing with that.
But like you feel like this, you put you in his shoes.
It's not a happy ending story.
It's like the saddest thing is when he calls his dad, and his dad is like having dinner with his other, like his new family, and he's just like totally blowing him off, and that's the end.
Yeah.
And it's like, whoa.
It's not, that definitely takes it head on there. But there wasn't a lot like that.
That was Beverly Cleary.
Yeah.
Beverly Cleary and Judy Blume. Like,
they're really great. They've done a lot of great stuff.
But yeah, so that's awesome. Magic Trap.
Yeah. So I'm definitely getting close on that. I'll probably. And then once I get on the Henry
really
Huggins.
Intense.
So you think you think she might be working on another? The back of the book jacket says the conclusion of the series, but they don't know everything.
That was 2014. Like she's definitely writing books still.
Yeah, but will it be more with them?
I don't see why not.
I hope so.
I really don't see why not.
It's so good. Well, if you guys want to join our book club,
and once you read, like, is it like, I don't know, like there's gonna be plenty of
opportunities.
Yeah.
If you want to read our book club, discuss any of these things, you should join our book club. Click on the link at the top of the page and join our Goodreads book club. And
right, no new movies. Oh, wait, you guys saw a new movie.
I didn't update it, but
you didn't update your file.
I didn't get. No, I came here and opted to come here quickly. So we did see a new movie, and I got a little rant for this new movie here. So on Audrey's actual birthday on Wednesday, she wanted to go to the movies.
Yeah.
And she had been asking to see. We saw a trailer for this, I don't know, in front of some other movie. She wanted to see Jem and the Holograms, the Jem movie. For those that aren't familiar, it's based on the 80s cartoon, Jem.
Truly outrageous.
Truly outrageous.
Truly outrageous.
And I didn't really watch. I mean, I might have caught an episode or something as a kid. It wasn't. It was like after G.I. Joe. You know, probably.
As I told you, things. 2 of my best friends in that time period were girls, so I absolutely watched all of Jem. And then also, like, my brother and I watched everything. So, like, because I remember watching, like, I forgot what this show, I know I've talked about this before. It was like Beverly Hills Teens or something. And it was like about a bunch of girls in Beverly Hills. It was a total girls show. And my brother and I absolutely watched that show. Yeah. And we totally watched Jem.
Well, and I'm not saying I never watched girl shows.
Or She-Ra. We're talking about She-Ra and Rainbow Bright.
Yeah. And all those, again, I think this was off the show, but Rainbow Bright, My Little Pony,
they had very scary.
They had like intense. Strawberry Shortcake even had very like dark, scary villains. So I guess
they always had stuff to rope in the boys.
Yeah, they put that in for the boys.
She-Ra had that little dude that you would search
the
for.
hidden picture guy. So anyway, Audrey wanted to go see Jem, and it looked fine from the trailer. It has gotten I think it has something like a 22% on Rotten Tomatoes, which, first of all, someone asked on the Facebook page if we listen to Rotten Tomatoes. For me personally, I rarely agree with the consensus. I feel, and I know everyone's like, oh, because you're taste, blah blah, but this is a perfect example. this movie, I went into it thinking it was going to be just a dumb kid movie. It was really great. It was really creatively done, very well put together. The songs like were super catchy. The whole like the framing thing, 'cause it was made for very, very cheap. Is
like $5 million.
They get famous on YouTube, like by posting, like as kind of like what happens now, and so a lot of like actual YouTube videos are used to kind of frame it. Sometimes it's like the soundtrack. Like for instance, there's a part where she's like gone kind of battling head to head over her record deal with Juliette Lewis, and there's this like drum battle YouTube video, and it kind of intercuts, and like she'll throw out a thing like, "This is my final offer," and it's like, and like, but the way it's edited, I mean, the way I'm describing it might sound cheesy, but
you're describing it sounds terrible.
It's magical the way that they work it all together. It really is well done. Like, and I know this is no longer like a sign of distinction because I cry at everything now that I have kids, but
you do.
Like, there's a whole like subplot with her and her dad because her dad passes away. That's like in the cartoon. It's not spoiling anything. That's like the whole thing. But like he left something behind for her, and I won't say what, but I bawled. I mean, even on Audrey, because it's her birthday, so it's dad and daughter.
No, I get that because I always say this, that like one of them sat. Okay, have you seen My Girl 2?
I never know. After the first one, which I loved, but
as a parent, because I think I understand what you're saying, because there's a scene in My Girl 2 which the movie is not very good. It's pretty much a rehash.
Right.
But then because it's just her in LA, but then she's on the trek to like find out about her mom because her mom's dead.
Right.
And she finds a movie, like a home movie, and it's her mom singing like a song, and it's like, because I watched that like it was like 6 months after my dad died, and like I lost it, like I held on to that, like I still like.
I guarantee you will cry in this movie. I guarantee you will cry in this movie, but in a good way. Like it's just really, really good. I want to see what Steven in the chat says. From what I heard, it didn't stray far from the source material. That's why no. The critics, okay, so that's
the thing. Again, I don't think people remember Jim.
Yeah, they either didn't watch the movie or they didn't actually watch the show. Because I went home that night and watched the pilot. It's on Netflix.
That was never my point of contention with the movie.
The pilot, like the movie very closely follows the pilot. I mean, obviously it's a movie adaptation. It's longer. There's a few tweaks. Like the main bad guy is a bad girl, and they just changed the name a little bit. But the essence of the show is very, very, very much intact. And they kind of cover just the origin, and then the rest of the series is kind of hinted at. That's where the movie would go if it had a sequel. But it's actually a pretty good adaptation of it. It's just in film. I just feel like people have this like nostalgic memory, or maybe they haven't watched it in a long time, and it's something that they think it's not. It's really, really good. And to me, and I've had this argument before, but even if it's a good movie, who cares about the source material? Like, you got to be able to separate that. Yes, you might be able to say it's a bad adaptation. Like for instance, the Hobbit movies, they're in some ways good, some ways bad. Not a great adaptation.
A lot of liberties.
But as a movie, it's very enjoyable. I don't see why people can't separate that sometimes. Like I don't know.
Because they're stubborn.
Yeah, and so this one is a great
gonna hate
because this movie bombed. I mean, it's done terrible. They only made it for $5 million, but it's only made like 1.6 million back so far. It's probably not going to hit that. Maybe with like the international, but it's such a shame because these critics who like are reviewing this movie, who are these adult dudes, a lot of them. This was a movie that was written for like families, for teenage girls, like young kids and stuff like that. And I feel like they're watching this going, they didn't make this movie for me, instead of saying, well, did it do a good job of being a movie for the people it was targeted to? And I think the answer is absolutely yes. So
Steve Espinoza asked if the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came from space like they wanted to originally do, would it be a good movie?
I don't know. I mean, see, to me, that wouldn't make or break it. I mean, yeah, I might say, well, that's definitely not the adaptation. That's kind of dumb that they would call it. They should call it something else, maybe.
Space Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Space Turtles or whatever, or Teenage Space Ninja Turtles. But the movie could be good or bad. Like, it just depends on if it's a good movie. And to me, all these people that'll read a review and then dismiss a movie because, well, Rotten Tomatoes says it's bad, like, I think you should make your own opinion. And I'm not saying everyone has to watch every movie, but don't like just so many people go around. Oh, that's dumb. They ruined my childhood. I mean, I hate that. That's like the dumbest quote. They ruined my childhood. That's stupid. But like, give it a chance on your own and see like maybe if you do like it, because I think it was great. It's one of like my top 5 movies of the year. Like it was really good. Janelle and I like loved it. The kids super loved it. So I think people should give it a chance. I really do. I liked it so much. I used a hashtag on a Facebook post that said #Gem just to like help get the word out there.
I'm sure that helped.
I think it did because I have really cute kids. Like 25 people like that picture. So maybe.
Happening totally ruined my view of trees.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so again, you know, I realize not everyone likes Phil's taste, whatever, but at least make your own opinions before you go and write stupid stuff on the internet. You know, if you're gonna like bash something, at least, you know, really watch it first. It's really good. It super is. But it's not for everybody. I mean, if you're going to a movie and you want to see, you know, a violent action flick like that, you're not going to get that here. That's not what it is. You got to watch it for what it is, you know. So anyway, Jim,
you got to watch it for what it is.
You got to watch it for what it is. And I think if people like took that into consideration when writing reviews, it would make a lot more sense.
Because that doesn't get clicks.
No, it does not. No, it does not. And once it's cool to write bad reviews of it, then I think people jump on. There's a lot of copycat reviews. You can just tell some people don't even want, because I went and read every one. Because I was so mad. Because I was so mad.
Why would you do that?
After we came home, I went through and read every single review on Rotten Tomatoes about Jim. I watched the pilot and I just fumed. Like, people are ruining things. Stop it.
See, I won't go down that because that's just, there's no point.
That's why I said on the post on BrendoMan, like when I haven't been mad in a while, I'll just go on Rotten Tomatoes and then it works.
All right.
So that's my new movie.
Well, on the DVD on demand corner, I got our WWE Network. I've been watching a lot of the Dinner for Three specials because it's pretty candid talk. Very surprising.
Huh.
For what they'll let people
behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just like using insider terms that normally Vince McMahon like would never let people use, and so yeah, Tyler Breeze is now on the main roster, as Steve Espinoza said.
Okay.
So that's exciting on the show, and it's fun watching. And then I still watch old Raw. Like old Raws from 1994. I'm on 1994. Actually, I'm watching the 1994 Royal Rumble right now.
Okay.
Featuring Yokozuna, who was actually Samoan, but he was portraying Japanese.
Interesting.
He was, at the time, he was over 500 pounds.
Wow.
It's a big dude. He later passed away. Rest in peace. He was part of the famous Anoa'i family, which The Rock is. He's not blood related, but like his grandfather and the patriarch of the Anoa'i family were blood brothers, which in Samoan culture is pretty much is the same thing. And is this HBK number 2? Oh yeah, yes. Wait, no.
It's HBK.
You're talking about is the Royal Rumble? No, it was the one where Bret Hart and Lex Luger finished at they both got eliminated at the same time, so they became co-winners, and they had a double main event at WrestleMania that year. So it was not Heartbreak Kid. Shawn Michaels. That's his initial, they call him HBK.
Okay.
Heartbreak Kid. But so there's this Samoan family and the Anoa'i family, and there's like 12 of them currently wrestling. There's like 4 of them that at any given time between there's like the 60s and now there has always been at least 4 or 5 Anoa'is wrestling. So currently they're on like the 4th generation. Like it's crazy. Like they've been in the business forever. Like right now you've got the Usos, which are Rikishi, his kids. You've got Roman Reigns, who is actually Sika. So originally there was the Wild Samoans, Alpha and Sika. They were tag team champions in like the 70s and 80s. They were managed by Captain Lou Albino.
Oh.
And
Mario himself.
So now you've got So now you've got there's this lady wrestler in NXT, Nia Jax. She is an Anoa'i. And then you've got Tamina Snuka. Snukas are Jimmy Superfly Snuka's also a distant relative. You've got and then there's some other ones that wrestle in the indies. That's cool. It's a big family, and The Rock is related. But Yokozuna was one of the brothers. And they're from Tonga, and Snukas are from the Fiji Islands. But so they Anyways, it's a cool little. A lot of people there's a lot of the wrestling. There's a lot of big families that have been in the wrestling business forever, and they're like, when you think about it, they're the biggest. Like, people say the Hart family and like the Rhodes and the Flairs and these guys, but like they've produced the most. They're again, like, between 1970 and now, there has always been at least one member of their family wrestling and in prominent positions. It's crazy. Anyway, so that's that. Been watching Now 2-0. I just watched another episode to keep up with our friends in Now 2-0, The Blaze with Lizzie and Kat.
Nice.
Just watched a Valentine's Day episode.
Very special.
Where Dylan takes Brenda to donate blood on Valentine's Day because he was in a car accident on Valentine's Day as a kid, and he needed a lot of blood, so then he started donating blood. So it's like this crazy story about gossip almost ruining a marriage of one of the parents. And hey, kids, donate blood. Like, that's what you get. And then also, it like was pro gambling in this episode. Like Nat,
gambling.
Yeah, because like Nat, the guy that runs the Peach Pit, takes Brandon and Steve and Andrea to the horse races because Andrea suddenly develops a skill for picking horses, and then she picks one, and then they win a bunch of money, and then that's the end of the episode. Hey kids, gamble on horses.
Gambling's good.
Prominently featured Santa Anita racetrack in San Gabriel.
That's why then they totally got sponsored.
And you can totally see Santa Anita.
That's totally what happened there.
Because when I went to Santa Anita, I'm like, this is where the 90210 episode was.
Yep.
And that horse show that was on HBO that got canceled because they killed all those horses. That was a good show, though. Dustin Hoffman.
Except for the whole horse killing thing, I guess.
Yeah. But that happens when you race the horses, is they die.
I guess so. It's bad.
Horse racing's deadly to horses. Who would have thought?
Who knew?
And then, oh my gosh, Last Man on Earth is just so...
Spoiler alert if you guys have not caught up.
So good. I was right about Todd.
Yep, going after the food.
Bacon specifically.
Oh my gosh. There were some great bacon scenes.
I feel like there's going to be more with like the solar-powered houses.
Yeah, I think that's... And then you had an interesting theory about...
I think Melissa's... Because Melissa like cut her finger... And I always like that's a big theme in like post-apocalyptic novels is like people that die from like dumb things, because if you take out medicine and like all that, like we're back in the Wild West where you could die of anything. And I think Melissa might die from her cut finger.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Yeah, when you push horses to run faster than they ever run before they do tend to get injured. And one injury for a horse, bad news.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I think Melissa, that would be crazy if that's the payoff. Yeah. Like 6 episodes from now, like her hand, because she's got like some crazy like gangrene or what if they have to cut off her hand?
Yeah.
Like what if they have to chop off her hand or something?
Like Agent Coulson style.
Yeah. Man.
It's really good though.
Coulson was bionic hand.
Oh my gosh.
So pretty awesome.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well,
we'll get to that.
We'll get to that again.
But yeah, Last Man on Earth was good. There was no new Bob's Burgers because they had the Halloween episode and then they...
I know. I keep checking and then I'm like, Oh, speaking of that, on the drive down to the show tonight, we passed by on Beach Boulevard, Bob's Burgers. There's a place, it's just called Bob's Burgers. It's a little bird.
Oh, I've seen that place.
But I was like, kind of wanted to stop there and just...
Yeah, it's one of those, it's like Harry's.
Just one of those like
places. I've seen that place.
But I was like, oh, we should go there. And I'm like, we got to get back.
What if you went in there and it had like a D?
Oh, gosh. No.
Or no, it's Orange County, so you don't know.
Do they not have him there?
No.
That's bad.
They just have that orange, and you're like, and you have
whatever
to like
the color coding
yeah.
is. Okay.
Although I don't, yeah, in Orange County they don't have. Well, some places do. I don't know.
I'm not sure how it works.
Because I know there's
Other
places
states
that
don't always have it. That's for sure.
Ugh, El Taco. That's
El
all.
Taco. That's it right there. That's why places need letters and why you should pay attention.
Is that a C?
I don't know. I think it gets lower every time we talk about it. It was definitely not an A. That's all I know.
I just remember that newspaper thing was covering it up.
Yeah. And we came out and we're like,
After,
what do we do?
I'm like, I'm going to do it.
El Taco.
And
That was should have been our first
ill.
Yeah.
And while we were trying to move, and I would like pack a box and then go have violent diarrhea.
El Taco.
Freaking Merle find us.
Ugh.
That was so annoying.
Yeah. Anyway.
Merle.
So, okay,
What else
what's
you
next?
got?
What's next?
Scream Queens.
Yeah,
Halloween episode was really good. And it's very entertaining. And then the Muppets. The newest Muppets episode featured Reese Witherspoon.
Okay, see, I'm behind one, but I did watch a couple more since last time.
It was Miss Piggy and Reese Witherspoon. It was really funny.
Pretty good.
They like were trying to be who was like they had this whole feud, and like they end up going to like a Habitat for Humanity thing, trying to be like who's the most charitable.
That's funny.
It's pretty funny.
All right.
I really
enjoying it. Definitely.
I don't. That's another one where I just don't understand all the hatred.
Yeah.
South Park has been amazing.
Yeah.
They did this really. Oh yeah, because like Reese beat her out for Walk the Line.
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah, so South Park has been really, really funny. Just like so funny. They did this one this week, like made fun of like there's a yaoi Japanese manga that's like about like forbidden boy love, like this weird like two like
Gross.
Girls, like Japanese girls love like these forbidden romances, so it'll be like two boys and like so then like
the episode
so these Japanese girls at school are drawing yaoi drawings of Craig and Tweak, and so then everybody thinks they're gay, and it's like just, but because the school's so PC now, they're all like encouraging it. So like their parents is like, here, have some money. We're so proud of you. And they're like, what? No. Like, and then Cartman, like to try and fit in, then he like thinks that's just really, really funny. Like they're just destroying like the whole PC culture. Like that's like the season arc. And they're just like really destroying. Yeah. Like here's some money. Like, so it was just really funny. And I don't know, those guys are they're operating on just another level. Like those Trey Parker and Matt Stowe, they're just operating on like this other level of comedy that like everybody I know, like every comedian just acknowledges that they're on just this other level. Especially now that they've like everything that they want to do, they do it, and they do it so well. They're just like, we're gonna make a Broadway show, and it's like the biggest musical ever. And it's like, I hope that the confidence they've gotten from that because they've basically sworn off doing another movie. And because every movie experience they've had, it's like the movies are great, but like it sounds like it just every single one of them has just been a giant pain in the butt for them.
Yeah.
But I would love for them to do another movie. Because I mean, the last time they did a movie, we got Team America, and that was amazing.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, I just want them to do another movie, but I feel like
need a montage.
They're just on that other level. I feel like them and the one that like everybody acknowledged, like, oh well, like them and like Mike Judge, I feel like are like on this other level of like creative genius that everybody realizes that they'll never be that funny or that just like they just have some kind of direct connection to like funny. I don't know. Also because they just don't care about what anybody says. Like, because there's so many things that most other people would have just given up after like some of their failures.
Right.
Like think of that like Mike Judge after like Office Space. Like that's like most people would have just left every single one of his
movie he's ever made.
Well, he definitely is like, I will never do another movie.
Which is so sad.
Especially now that Silicon Valley is going so well for him.
Which is great. But my gosh, like we need another. I mean, if you just look at his
movies are so good.
I love Idiocracy so much.
Idiocracy is so great. Extract was great.
Yeah.
But I mean, like Office Space is still. I can watch that movie all the time.
Yeah.
Anytime, all the time. I can watch all this stuff. He's so funny. Like he's just again, he's on this other level of like I don't know what he's doing, but it's amazing.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has been awesome.
Yes.
That last episode.
Spoiler alert if you're not caught up.
Where you find out what happened
on the
to
other
Simmons.
Oh my gosh.
Holy
crap. Whole episode, like on another planet.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's so good.
Oh.
It's really good.
It's been really, this season has been spectacular.
It's been awesome.
I don't know, like, is there like some major thing I should know about this planet? Like, we have no idea what it is. Right?
We don't know what it is. We know the government knows about it. We know that like they've been doing experiments there for countless years because they found like evidence from like their skeletons and like.
Well, you know, like those people back in like the old English castle or whatever were sending guys in.
Yeah.
Like, however long ago that was. Like wasn't there like a conquistador or something in there? Like there's all kinds of stuff. Like I was trying to pause and look through all the stuff she was going through.
Like it's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Something's going on there.
Oh. And now she wants to go back.
I keep wondering, like now that, well, I guess they haven't gotten, because there was reading a whole thing where if Marvel gets the rights to Fantastic Four back, then they can do because I guess the scrolls are part of that.
Right.
And everybody's like, that's like the next big thing that people are they gonna do? But like they need to get all their ducks in the order.
Gotta get that back, right? Come on.
Because I'd be like, this could be how but they're not. They can't do any.
But seriously, at this point, like, isn't Fox just like, all right, it's Fox, right?
Well, they've been in war for. Well, I mean, you saw what they did. You saw what Marvel did.
Yeah.
They discontinued the Fantastic Four comic.
Just to show them, like, hey, we are in charge here.
Like, just that they're at that level. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like but like, how much more money does Fox have to lose?
Just flush down the toilet. Come on, guys.
Like, are they really going to make another movie in like 4 years to keep the rights or whatever? Like, are they really going to spend another however many hundreds of millions of dollars?
Surely they could strike like a Sony type deal and just partner with them.
And then just collect all the money.
Because if Fantastic Four is in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, that's everything. People would buy it all.
Maybe after Spider-Man when Fox sees how much money, because Sony's just collecting checks.
Yeah, basically, here's some money. Here's lots of money.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Then I was on like a Hulu just looking through, and so they brought up in the book. The book Head Full of Ghosts, there's like these blog posts where she's talking about horror movies, and one of the ones they brought up, it's been in my Netflix queue forever, was Room 237.
Yeah,
it's the documentary of The Shining. I haven't finished it because I started watching it and it's weird. Because first of all, it uses other Stanley Kubrick movies to like tell the story. So like it'll be like a narrator like telling and then it uses other stuff, including The Shining, but then like just to like go along with the narration, he's like, I went to a movie theater and I did this, and it's like shots from other Stanley Kubrick movies, and they keep using some of the same ones, like there's like the same shots of like Tom Cruise going to a movie theater from like Eyes Wide Shut, like over and over and over again, and that gets like really weird and kind of annoying. And then like basically what this movie is it's like eight crackpots, like crazy conspiracy theories related to The Shining, and they're all completely insane.
It's like a cracked article, basically.
But they're all like just crazy. Like this one dude, because there's multiple prominent shots featuring that, that baking powder that has the Indian on it.
Yeah.
He's like, The Shining is about the slaughter of the Native Americans.
Okay.
because of the shot where they feature the baking powder can. It's so you're like, these people are all crazy and they're talking about their crazy theories, and there's only so much of that I can handle.
Right.
So I'm gonna finish it. It's so
gotta be in the right mood.
Like these people, I'm just like, I can film crazy people talking about crazy stuff too. I don't know. I mean, it's cool, but
it's been in my queue for a long time too.
It's just some of the stuff. I want you to watch it because it's so just like, these people are nuts. They're like, they take like these tiny little things, because you know how Kubrick, like nothing Kubrick does is an accident,
right?
But like some of the thing, like it's just so like, this guy's trying to make it the Holocaust. It's about the Holocaust. It's about this. It's about that. Oh, and it's just like so weird. Like, I'm like, none of what you're saying is like accurate.
Steve has an interesting theory there that the planet could be from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away because they own it all.
That would be so crazy.
What if it was? What if it's Tatooine? What if they're on like the dark side of Tatooine? Look at this twin. Like the twin.
But there's a sun in Tatooine.
Yeah, but on the other side, like she's on the dark side of the planet.
Yeah, but then like they have normal.
It's the Force, the dark side of the Force. That was a Sith coming out of the storm.
No,
I think Steve's onto something here.
Stop. That would be.
They could. They own it all.
That would be terrible. Well, I finally saw Jurassic World.
Okay.
It was so awesome.
Yeah. Right.
Seriously. I don't. There's people that really hate that movie too.
Well, Jurassic World made enough money that they don't care if they hate it or not.
Well, it was freaking amazing.
Yeah. Chris Pratt, how awesome is he?
I really liked it.
He's Indiana Jones in that. It's his test screening.
He's so good.
And he even like slides under the gate that's closed and like grabs his hat back. Like
he is Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
And I really liked all the actors and
Bryce Dallas Howard.
All the callbacks to like them. I mean, I love the fact that they also ignored the second and third movies.
Yeah, it's basically like those didn't happen.
Which is awesome because those movies, especially the third one, are like terrible.
Yeah, which I didn't see, to be fair, but
the third one is so bad.
Terrible.
Just pretend, because like they ruined pterodactyls, and the pterodactyl in this one was
it was
so
amazing,
awesome.
Right? Oh,
like, so awesome. And Vincent D'Onofrio is just so like, he's such a good bad guy.
Yeah, he totally
like,
is.
He's so good. And like, just now that like, you see him like that, and like Kingpin and like everything, I think he's so freaking good. Like everybody in the movie is great. Lauren Lapkus is in like everything now. She's like, it's really, and like freaking Judy Greer.
Yeah,
Summer Greer.
Summer Greer.
Although you hear her show got canceled.
Yeah,
it's sad. Curse of Greer continues. Yeah. The Curse of Greer continues.
And yet she's in one of the highest grossing movies of all time.
Yeah, like, but she can't keep. I guess they got 2 seasons for Judy Greer. That's pretty high.
That's pretty good. Yeah,
on the Greer scale.
Yeah, on the Greer scale.
Sad.
She's so great though.
She's the best.
Yeah, no, super good. The kid actors were great.
Kids were great. Like really, another like when they're in the thing and he's like, they're talking about like mom and dad, and he just starts crying. I was like, whoa, like, this is really intense. And
then when it's like stepping on the ball, and it like,
and like the whole thing with Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon is
the way they make this their crew, like the theme park stuff, was really
totally like. One of the things that you never got to see in the others is what it actually would have been like as a theme park, and you totally get a picture of that. Like, it's super cool.
Yeah, and
I would totally have gone there if it was real.
Oh my gosh! Well, just the freaking like Atmosphere ball.
Yeah,
like
who cares what you're going around?
I just want to go around in one of those.
Yeah,
it's freaking awesome.
Oh, like the little petting.
And like when the whole like thing goes underwater, like
this, like the viewing.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh.
And like that freaking giant thing.
Yeah. And it's just like SeaWorld. They have like the splash zone and everything. Oh, so good.
It's awesome. I was probably one of the most violent PG-13 movies I've ever seen.
Oh yeah. They got
away with so that's some Spielberg.
Dinosaurs. Yeah.
Like, I don't know how that worked.
He did some MPAA magic there.
I don't know, because like, again, like just reading about going back to Trey and Matt and some of their epic battles with the MPAA, and then like reading about some other movies fighting with the MPAA, and like I'm like, that just like waltzed out of there with a PG-13.
Like when the pterodactyls attack, like
yeah,
that's brutal.
or like when like the nanny gets like eaten by like and like the people are getting eaten.
Yeah,
people are getting bit. Like it's crazy. Like how like
they got
brutal.
one person eaten in the first movie, right?
Yeah, whereas
and then
like
plus like what's his
the
name?
Indominus Rex eats like 50 people.
Yeah.
Like
right away,
like just eating people.
Oh my gosh,
it's really crazy. Question: if the park is near Costa Rica, wouldn't the park employees be mostly Hispanic? Quicksilver was running the Sphere ride. I think maybe it would be like Disney does, and they like bring in people.
Yeah, it's very possible
to try and like make it more.
Yeah,
like I don't know, but I mean, it seemed like there wasn't. Yeah, I guess that would be that is.
But everyone's like helicoptering in or whatever. It's all rich people coming in.
Yeah.
So maybe that was partly a
But
statement.
why would they
that.
bring in some like college kid from the?
That's true.
But maybe they had like an intern program.
Yeah, or that's like somebody's nephew or something. You know.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a backstory for that kid.
Well, it was Quicksilver.
Oh, was it really? Like,
Yeah.
wait, which one? Which Quicksilver?
It was the. I think it was the Fox one.
Okay.
Wait, no. It was the X-Men one. Yeah, the X-Men one from American Horror Story.
Okay. Well, anyway, it's great. Great movie. Did you Redbox
I really
it?
liked it.
Redbox?
Yes.
Nice.
Because Love and Mercy was out.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh, I still got to see that, but I'm glad you saw Jurassic World.
Whoever keeps getting Love and Mercy.
Because it's that good, they're probably just watching it over and over again. Man.
I guess I could expand my red boxing, but I only go to that one right
here.
by the house.
There's one like at Stater Brothers across the street too. It's not that far.
Yes.
All right, what's next here? What else you got? Is that all those?
That's it.
All right. Well, I didn't really update mine, but of course we talked about some of the stuff. The only other one though is I watched.
Oh, and also I forgot to mention this because you said how great it was. I did Cave, and I paid for the Hulu with no commercials.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm saving time.
It's totally worth it, right?
Like especially watching like SmackDown takes an hour and 20 minutes to watch now instead of like 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then not having them now reminded me how annoying
and how
those
many
commercials.
There are. Oh. Yeah, it's worth every penny. I mean, if you're gonna do it, if you're not gonna have Hulu, whatever, but if you're gonna pay for Hulu, that extra, what is it, like $3, $4?
And I'm like, $4 is nothing.
Yeah, for that hour of your time
That's
that
like
you wasted otherwise.
Snack, I'm like I buy.
Yeah.
Like I can afford $4.
If someone said like I want to pay you $4 to sit here and watch commercials for 4 hours, would you? No, you wouldn't do that. So it's totally worth it.
Yeah, and those commercials really.
Well, and it's the same one, on the same ones over and over again.
And it's worse during the holidays because then you get those holiday commercials stuck in your head.
They're all
the same thing. Like I remember it got to a point where there was I think it was a car commercial and it had the same holiday song. Like I stopped watching shows on Hulu during Christmas time because it was getting so annoying.
So, and even the ones that have like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. where it has commercials.
It's at the beginning.
It's one at the beginning, and then at the end, you don't have to stick around. So, yeah, it's not bad at all. So, also on Hulu, I watched just a stand-up comedy special of John Pinette.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you
R.I.P.
Yeah.
I know who he is.
I think 2014.
He was on Parker Lewis.
He's been in a lot of great stuff. He's in Reckless Kelly, which is my favorite personal role of his. He's the movie producer guy, and he says our movies are so good they skip the theaters and go straight to video. Anyway, but it's called "I'm Still Hungry," and he's really funny, and he has a lot of funny food jokes and stuff. So
I thought you already seen that.
Oh yeah, I watched his stuff over and over.
I know you've talked about it.
Oh dude, well because he's got "I'm Starving," "I'm Still Hungry." Like a lot of them are named similarly, but he's always funny. So. And I watched a movie on it, but I can't remember, like on Hulu, just to try it out. But now I can't remember what the movie was, so I'll have to go back and look.
Oh, I watched another cannibal movie on. It was really. I think I went on a bridge too far. It was
many cannibal movies.
It's called Cannibal Ferox, and I had heard about it, and it was brutal.
Oh,
it was really brutal.
Gross.
But there also was like this really. They kept teasing a piranha scene, so I stuck it out because I'm like, I want to see a dude get eaten by piranhas, and it ended up being like he stuck his leg in the water and he was bleeding, and then he took it out, and it was like barely anything happened, and I felt very cheated. So I'm like, at the very least, out of all this, I want to see somebody get eaten by piranhas. Didn't quite get that.
Man,
there was a lot of really bad stock wildlife footage of like an alligator eating a snake killing a mongoose, so this killing of that. I'm like, I don't want to see all this. Like, I ordered a pizza and then I put it in the fridge because I'm like, I'm not gonna eat anything right now. And
maybe that's a good diet.
They showed this freaking anaconda killing a muskrat or something, and the scene was like 10 minutes, and I'm just like, gosh, make this, like, that's the part I'm like, I don't care about the people, other people, like, but this is like horrible. And they directly copied like the most horrific scene in Cannibal Holocaust, where they like cut up this like live like freshwater turtle.
Oh gosh.
But I'm like, they already did this, and like they straight up ripped that off.
Gross.
I'm like, that's the one scene I never want to see again.
You saw it again. There you go.
Yes.
That's what happens when you watch too many cannibal movies.
But now there's this book I want to get that's about a group of people that they're making a cannibal movie, and then they actually get that it's a book. I'm thinking about getting it. It's on the Kindle store. It's only like $2, but it sounds cool.
I don't know. Too many cannibal stories.
I don't know. I felt again, it was like a bridge too far that I felt bad like that afternoon. It was like last Saturday, and I'm just like, I feel bad. Like, I feel bad about myself.
Look what you did.
Like, I went too far.
Go back and watch some Bob's Burgers.
There was I'm like, this. There's a reason why they don't make these movies anymore. And there's a reason why, like, Green Inferno, because like nobody should watch these. But I did.
But you did it. You were one of those people.
I just had, because I had read about it, and I'm like, this sounds interesting. And like, but it's just crazy because it's just weird that they go to like this beautiful place and then make these horrific movies.
It'd just be like a nature documentary, and that's what they choose to do there.
I know, it's so weird. It's weird. And I almost wasn't gonna, but I forgot about it because I'm like, I don't want to talk about this on the show. But then I'm like, I gotta do it. I gotta talk about it. I remembered it as you were talking about the movie. Because again, like, there's a lot of random stuff on Hulu.
Like, really, I went through and added, just once we got the thing, I went and added a ton of stuff on my queue. There's really weird stuff, like just bizarre.
Plus, you have like the whole Criterion collection.
Yeah, and then you got just a lot of old movies too.
It's a lot of random old shows and like random weird documentaries, and like, because there's a ton. Like, there's certain networks that just put up like their whole catalog, and there's some just really random stuff.
Now, the other one I've been watching on there is catching up on Fresh Off the Boat. Did you ever watch that?
I think I watched like one of them, and it was funny.
It's really well. The second season, I
saw the Halloween episode where he's Baracus.
Yes,
that looks really.
Oh, dude,
funny.
It's really
and that
good.
guy, everything I've ever seen him in, he's hilarious.
Yeah. This season has been even better.
Did you ever watch the interview?
Yes, yeah. He was Kim Jong, whatever his name is. Un. That's the one now.
Son.
Okay. Yeah. He's really funny as that.
Yeah.
It's really good. So I recommend it.
Oh, that's the maze that I didn't talk about.
What?
There was This Is the End maze at Universal, and it was awesome because like they had like a dude that looked like Jonah Hill. They had like a Justin Long. They had a Craig Robinson guy that looked like Craig Robinson.
Probably was actually.
There was like the Freaks and Geeks paintings were like replicated. Like, it was because you go through like his house and like all this stuff is happening.
That's
and like
cool.
Demons are popping out and you go to hell at the end, and it was fun. It was really fun. I liked it. I didn't watch anything on Netflix.
Yeah, because of Hulu, that's pretty much what I did.
There's been Hulu in it.
It's been a Hulu kind of week.
Yeah. And I watched Jurassic World, and it was awesome. And the music was so good.
Mm-hmm.
That was Michael Giacchino taking over for John Williams again.
Yeah. Doing a good job.
He's pretty good.
All right. What's our next?
What if for Halloween all those guys show up to be in the maze for like 5 minutes? That would be awesome.
Cool.
I mean, James Franco went and saw it, but he wasn't in it. At first I thought this was a rumor, but then I looked it up. Eli Roth actually went when they did 1 year. They did a a hostel maze, and he actually was in it scaring people, but nobody believed it was him. Like he did it for like a night.
Just for fun?
Yeah.
Because he can?
Yeah.
Huh.
I'd do that if it was my movie.
Sure.
And like, I forgot who it was like, I think somebody was like, I wish, like, James Franco wanted to like consult and like help, but he was too busy.
Right. Well,
but, like,
of course,
he wanted to help them because like, of course he does everything.
Yeah.
So, like,
why not do a haunted house?
Yeah. So that's what's going on there.
All right. What's next here? We're trailing off. We're slowing down.
It's 3:18.
That's probably why.
In the morning. Video games. I guess the only new game.
You have one big one.
I got WWE 2K16 came out, which I really love the new My Career mode. It's awesome. It's what I've like always dreamed of in a wrestling game, like because you see the star rating of your match while you're doing the match, and like that's a lot of fun. And my BrendoMan this time is like a luchador guy, and because they haven't put out, they were supposed to put out an Android app where you could take a picture of your face and then import it in the game as opposed to like the Photoshop thing you had to do last year, except they haven't released the app yet. So I'm like waiting for that to make like a real me, but in the meantime I'm doing this guy in My Career, and like I don't know, it's fun. And then the Stone Cold mode is cool because you go through his whole career, including like WCW, and he's stunning Steve Austin, and like you unlock it. There's like the biggest roster. There's over 100 guys. Like it's pretty awesome. But they somehow this year, like the graphics are worse, which I don't know how that happened.
Like, why wouldn't it at least be the same?
There's a weird thing they did with the faces where everybody, as Ron Funches pointed out, it looks like everybody has like gobstoppers in their mouths, and everybody's teeth look real weird. So like the faces are weird. Like I don't know, but like other than that, it's fine. I mean, as far as the gameplay, to me, it feels like the pacing of like the match. The submission system is weird. I don't understand. Like it's like they made this new thing because I guess they're trying to prevent button mashing. Because like it used to be you just mash the button to like hold the submission, or if you're the defender, you're mashing it to get out of the submission. Okay. Now it's I do like the reversal system. So you used to be able to just keep reversing over and over again. Now, depending on your guy, you have like a reverse meter, and like you can have up to like 5 reversals. And every time you reverse, it uses up the meter and it refills very slowly. So you can run out of reversals and then not be able to reverse. So you have to decide when you're going to use a reversal and when you're just going to take the move. Yeah, you can't just mash the reversal button. So it has changed the gameplay pretty considerably, but the submission system is like this mini game where the guy putting the submission hold is like this blue bar, the guy defending is like this red bar, and you're trying to get your blue bar in the red bar, but you can move them around, but you don't know which direction moves. You just kind of gotta just keep moving the controller until your guy. And I've never been able to get a submission move now, and if you don't keep moving around, you will like lose the submission. So I've like lost some matches unexpectedly, like, but that makes it's more fun. It makes it feel more like the unpredictability of like a wrestling match.
Right. And
I don't know, I enjoy it. All right, Steve, happy Halloween.
Thanks for hanging out in the chat there.
Good night. I guess it is that time.
It is definitely Halloween.
So
well, it's funny because tonight we left the show.
Oh yeah, Captain Predicto over here.
It was a little bit like we left a little late, and then there was traffic, because accidents, and then I had to stop and get gas and run late. And Janelle's like, "Brendan's gonna be mad at you," and I said, I can guarantee you what Brendan's doing right now. Like, he's not going to even notice. If I didn't tell him, he wouldn't even notice. I knew it was, but I figured. I'm like, Brendan is playing. I already anticipated.
Right, I'm like, he's not going to be here at 10. They're coming all the way from Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
There's going to be traffic. And I know you love to stick around at shows.
You know I do.
And because you're like, we're going to leave at this time. Like, you're not going to do any of that.
I had the best intentions of it.
Oh, come on.
But I knew. I'm like,
and then you said,
I know exactly what he's doing right now. He's playing his new game.
And sure enough, I paused the game to look at the text.
Yep, I knew it.
And then I'm like, well, if he's going to be another hour, I'm going to take a nap.
Yeah.
So I stopped playing the game after you said I was playing it, which I totally was.
Yep,
like,
I knew
of course that's what I'm going to do.
Of course you were.
Because I watched TV for a little bit, but then I don't play it all the time just because I don't want to, like, burn myself out on it, because I kind of burned myself out like, because when I was living in those hotels, and I didn't really have like, I didn't have like a lot of like my on-demand stuff didn't work that well because of the internet.
Right.
So like I couldn't just watch like a lot of TV. Like I had to be like conservative about it because also I was watching on my phone.
Right.
So I played like when I first got 2K15, I was playing it like 4 or 5 hours a day, like every day.
That gets old.
And like
even for something.
Well,
fun.
like now, like I for a while it was great, but then I it's hard to play the game.
Right.
I played so much. So I'm trying to pace it a little bit more.
So do you like sell your copy of 2K15?
No, there might be a time when I want to play. Plus, it's like the sports games.
Yeah,
like
nobody wants to buy an old one.
But like, there's certain guys where it's because I've dragged down my old like 2K13 even. Sometimes because I'm like I want to play these guys and do this story mode because they all have different story modes,
right?
And so, rarely, but I mean, yeah, but I get enough. I get my money's worth with these games.
Good.
Each one, and we're talking hundreds of hours.
Yeah,
like
that's a lot. Well, the only thing in addition to the regular, Street Pass and Pokemon Shuffle, of course, is we've been playing Triforce Heroes, The Legend of Zelda.
Oh yeah, you guys got that,
and it's super fun. We it's perfect because it's for 3 players, and I have Luke and Audrey, so we have like our perfect team all set up. It's a lot like 4 Swords and 4 Swords Adventures, like it's in that vein.
Beating missions,
but yeah, we're going through an order, because like they have if you're playing online. I haven't done it yet, but. You vote.
It's like
so you never know. Right. So with us, we all pick like the one we want to do, and we're going through them in order, and it's really fun. It's totally like you have to do teamwork on it.
Oh yeah,
get through like
I mean, just doing a Comic-Con, like I got yelled at by like people.
Well, and it's been a good like kind of learning working as a team because Luke will get like frustrated if Audrey doesn't do it. I'm like, hey, Audrey's on our team. We got to work together, and she's trying hard, and it's been good working in that team environment because it's hard for kids to not get mad when someone else messes up, because you have a shared life meter.
Yeah.
So if one person messes up, it messes everybody up, which also though diminishes like everyone, because in other games like that, you'll just start throwing people off the side or whatever, just messing them up. But you have to work together. So
now it's like there's an incentive for you not to do that.
So
they've really done a good job with it.
Yeah, it's really, really fun.
Yeah.
It's been very good. Now there's a single player one too, but I've been just doing the multiplayer with them.
Getting to play any Wii U games? You've been playing Splatoon?
Mostly this week.
When was the last time you played Splatoon?
It's probably been a couple weeks.
What about Mario Maker?
It's probably been about a week for Mario Maker. Because on Wii U, actually, Luke and I have been playing Lego Jurassic World again.
Yeah.
So that's the one we've been going
Now
through.
I want to get that.
It's really fun. I mean, all the Lego games are good, but the Jurassic World one.
Plus, you go through all the
movies. Go through all, which was kind of weird, like going through all the 3 because I don't know any of the stuff in 3.
Oh yeah, the 3 is actually sort of similar to Jurassic World in that there's a giant dinosaur, except that one's stupid.
It's like the Spinosaurus or something.
Yeah, whatever, Megasaurus.
Yeah,
Stupidsaurus.
Well, I loved in this one that it's the what was it, Indominus Rex, and it's like a brand name, like they make fun of it.
You want it scary?
Yeah,
because you try saying. It was some dumb name, like some really long name.
Yeah, like what the actual name would be or something. So anyway,
and you knew, like I knew, like right away, like that thing's part raptor. It's got to be like that's the only way you make an awesome. Like how do you make an even more awesome dinosaur? And holy crap, is when the T-Rex came out, like I freak out.
Yeah.
God, the last 20 minutes of that movie was like everything I hoped for and more. Yeah. And I don't understand how anybody can be complaining because that's exactly as I've said, which is now the end tag of Popsicles. I just want to see dinosaurs fighting and doing cool stuff. Like,
and that's exactly.
And except I don't say stuff. But that's what you want. What else do you want from a freaking Jurassic Park? I don't understand.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And Bryce Dallas Howard, leading him out there. She was awesome. Oh, dude. It was perfect.
Great.
I thought it was fantastic. Everyone that I saw would like it.
There's a lot. It seems like the backlash happened, and people got to get the contrarians, got to get their. I don't know.
Well, not before it made $1 billion.
But hey, I'm glad that there's us and the Derek's of the world out there being like, we got everything we wanted from this movie, and this is it. This is
fantastic.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
They did a great job. I'm glad they took another chance on it because I had written off that franchise. Yeah. Like I think everybody did.
It felt very like Steven Spielberg-y too. Like the kids were perfect, like Steven Spielberg kids. I realized he didn't direct it, but
No, he had his hand.
I'm sure it was good
because he always does like 2 movies at once. Like that's kind of his style.
Yeah. So he maybe had someone else officially do it, but
that guy, he's gonna be directing. One of the Star Wars movies, I think episode 9.
Oh, Star Wars.
Because Rian Johnson's directing episode 8, so he's directing 9.
I'm so excited for Star Wars. Still.
Don't even talk about Star Wars. I can't even think about Star Wars.
So much.
I've watched that trailer like 100 times.
So good.
Because then I found it was on Hulu, so I just put it on.
Put it on repeat. It's all true.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Are we ready for it?
Let's do this. Let's get it over with.
Marmaduke time. Here we go. Marmaduke tonight. Got the couple kids. Oh, no. I read that one last week.
That was the creepy one.
That was the one.
Where Marmaduke thinks.
Yeah, maybe not.
English.
I guess I left the bookmark. Okay, next one. So it's Marmaduke. It looks like it's snowy outside, and he's dragging like a little Christmas tree.
Mm-hmm.
And he sets the Christmas tree up outside of his doghouse. Then he goes inside his doghouse. Then in the next scene, he's asleep in there, and there's all these little woodland creatures, and they're all bringing like corn cobs and bones and fish heads and stuff.
Fish heads.
And then they're going over to the tree, and they decorate it. Oh, they decorate the tree with fish heads and sticks and fish bones and corn. And then they all are singing. It looks like a Christmas carol, and Marmaduke wakes up, and he's all happy. And the neighbor, like an older couple, and the wife says to the husband, "Don't you dare say bah humbug."
Marmaduke thinks he's people.
Marmaduke thinks he's people. Yeah,
Marmaduke
they're singing
loves
Christmas carols and decorating Christmas trees. Also, total non sequitur of like old couple.
It's good. He's happy. Let him have this.
Yeah, I guess so, but I don't know. That's
Christmas.
bad. Christmas. Yeah, Marmaduke thinks he's people. Decorating a Christmas tree with fish bones. But all his little woodland creature friends help him out.
Marmaduke has woodland creature friends.
Creature, yeah.
Marmaduke is Snow White.
Snow White, right. Yeah, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella. I guess they all have little woodland creature friends, don't they?
Does that mean they're all kind of nuts?
Yeah, well, that's why Enchanted was so great. That movie was really good.
It was really good.
Yeah, the whole bit where like the mice are cleaning
it,
and like the cockroaches are wiping the toilet bowl and stuff. It was a good movie.
I heard they might be doing a second one.
Really?
Talking about it.
Even more Enchanted.
Talking about it.
Enchanted 2.
So I was wondering, I'm like, what happens when because we have a second Marmaduke book. I looked online. We're never going to run out of Marmaduke books.
There's plenty of them. So and they're probably all like a penny each.
They're like giving them, please take these Marmaduke books.
You probably go on eBay and get a lot of them.
Be like, pennies. I got 5 cents, lot of Marmaduke books. Best offer, 5 cents. Sold.
So take it.
Just take it. Just take them.
Yeah, I think that'll be. So you have we've been reading from Marmaduke Laps It Up.
I got another one.
Read along at home with us.
Maybe I should ask my mom for more Marmaduke books.
Maybe she's got more. Maybe you're gonna get more at Christmas.
Well, I think she found them at like a yard sale or something.
Yeah, it had like some kind of a price sticker on here.
Well, her whole thing is like, my son likes comics. Here's this.
There's a comic.
Well, it's her also. She was like, you and Phil have been reading kids' books, so give me those and some Dr. Seuss books. But like the old, like the ABCs one, I'm like, Mom, this isn't gonna work.
This is like baby books.
No, we're reading like actual chapter books.
Yeah.
We're not that.
Not quite
children's that. Literature.
Yeah. This book club.
Pop on pop.
I love Mr. Brown can move. Can you? One fish, two fish. Oh man, there's some. See, those are some good books I haven't read in a while.
Well, I was listening to an episode of Nerdist, and somebody pointed out as I had heard this, and then I read it, and then I, so the term geek comes from like the geck, like the guys that eat fish heads. Term nerd
chicken. Yes,
comes
I know this.
from
How I met if I ran the circus.
Yeah. All right. Is it that one or two? I think I saw it all in Mulberry. I know. Is it that one?
Pretty sure it's the circus one.
All right.
I could be wrong.
I don't know. I know it's from a Dr. Seuss book.
I'm pretty sure it could be the zoo because there's if I ran the zoo and if I ran the circus, but I'm almost sure that it's if I ran the circus because let's see. Nope, if I ran the zoo.
Ran the zoo.
I knew it was one of the if I rans because
it's the name of a creature.
Right, the nerd. When I was in 6th grade, it was the same year that I did like my book writing project because I just was bored with school, and so I wrote all these. Maybe it was 7th grade for this one, but I wrote a proposal that instead of doing like my regular like English classes for this, I would go to kindergarten classes and I would write like lesson plans and teach them lessons and read books to them and stuff. And so I got approved. And I remember like the first day I went to go read him a book and I brought If I Ran, it might have even been If I Ran the Circus. It was one of those two because I had them both. And it's like really long. Like it's a picture book, but it's, it's probably 60 pages long. Mm-hmm. And I got like, 20 pages in and the kids were like just going bonkers. And the teacher's like, that was really great. How about, you bring a little shorter book next time? I didn't know. I just thought it's a picture book. The kids will like it. So I learned a powerful lesson that day. Just know your audience. Don't read really long books if they're little squirmy kids. Mm-hmm. So anyway.
So I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, nerd. It's very interesting.
Dr. Seuss.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Seuss.
Gave us good, which
for a while it was
bad, but now
for a long while
it's gone full circle.
But now we took over.
That's right. We own it. Proud to be a nerd.
But it's just funny, like, because he was even the guy. I forgot who it was they were talking to, but he was talking about how it was David Goyer, the guy who wrote like Dark City and Batman Begins, and so he's talking about that, and he's talking about his kids. He's like, my kid is like proud to be a nerd, and it makes me like it should make you happy. Whereas some guys are like, "Wow, we fought for like you don't understand." Like, and I'm like, no, that's the whole thing. Like we have improved as a society because no longer is that happening, and you should be glad.
Why would you want your kids to have
Why would you want your kids to have to suffer like the way we suffered? Like that's the whole point.
Yeah.
That like we've moved beyond that. We've improved.
Yeah.
And so like that to me, that's awesome. That like a kid doesn't have to go through the things that I went through. Like I know Derek jokes about all the time that I'm like the Vietnam vet. Like I went through it. But like I'm proud to have done that service.
That's right. So that the following. Okay, speaking of nerds and geeks and whatnot, did I already talk about Audrey's game she played at school today?
No.
I have to tell this really quick. So it's like Friday Fun Day, and they got to do like this trivia game. Like they had different choices, and one of the ones that the teacher was doing this trivia game. I don't know exactly how it works, but there was like a team of like 2 girls and 2 boys, and she was on the girl team obviously. And the trivia card came up, and it was about Star Wars. I don't know how the game works, but the boys were like, "Oh, we know Star Wars. You girls aren't going to know this." Ha ha ha! And the question was, who says it's a trap? And multiple choice, and Audrey goes, and the boys said Luke Skywalker, and I was like, no, it's not. It's Admiral Akbar. And then they got it, and they won the round because she knew Admiral Akbar. And I'm like, yes, that's my girl.
Yes.
So
Luke Skywalker.
But she also knows that Princess Leia says it too in Empire Strikes Back when he's coming into Cloud City. And she's like, Luke, it's a trap. But that was multiple choice, and she wasn't one of the options. So, but yeah.
The famous it's a trap.
The most famous one, obviously. But I was just so proud because the boys were like, girls can't know about Star Wars. And then she schooled them. So take that. Someone, I don't know, those dumb boys.
Her brother is named Luke.
Yeah. So, she's maybe got a little advantage in that case.
You own several Star Wars shirts.
Yes. We've been watching Star Wars at home on VHS.
She knows how excited we all are.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Star Wars.
So big.
Star Wars. There is. I just saw a thing. There is a dude that he might not. He's like dying of cancer or something, and he might not live until December. And he's actually trying to. He's starting a campaign. He's campaigning petitioning. He's been trying to reach out to JJ to be able to see the movie.
Oh my gosh, he should.
It's like, let him see.
him.
So the whole internet's like, we gotta,
come on.
But then of course, people are like, what if he's faking it so he can see them?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, me too. I'm sick.
But I'm like, come on, like nobody. That's horrible. Like, but then I'm like, how are they gonna? Like,
oh my gosh. Yeah, are they gonna like verify? Got a doctor's note.
Well, yeah, I mean that can be arranged.
It's reasonable. But oh my gosh, like they should.
If he's gonna die,
yeah,
let him go out on a like.
Definitely.
Like, come on.
Even if it's just raw footage.
Oh, it's done. It's ready to go.
Think?
Yeah.
I'm working on special effects up to the last minute, like Lord of the Rings style.
I think it's done.
Gosh, it looks good. Sure looks like it's ready for me.
So excited.
What do we have? Like a month and a half now?
Oh, too long.
A little bit more.
Too long. That day at work, I'm not gonna be able to do it.
Absolutely not. Oh my god.
It's gonna be like, shut up, Star Wars
Day.
Don't talk to me.
Building a computer. Star Wars Day.
You're not gonna ruin this for me.
Yeah. Star Wars.
What if it sucks?
Oh gosh. Again, I mean, the worst it could be is just not as amazing as we built it up to be. Like,
it can't be as bad as
there's no way. There is no way. Just the trailer alone is already far superior.
Again, as we've said this multiple times, the bar is already as low as it
low,
could possibly be.
There's very little that could be disappointing.
I just feel like we've really built ourselves up again.
Yeah, but I think it's worth it. What if we did and it's worth
zone.
it? But what if we did and it pays off? Like, how satisfying
we were
will that
hoping
be?
for all those years ago.
We have a new hope.
Can you believe that was 16 years ago?
Yeah, I know. It's nuts.
That was like half a lifetime ago.
Well, finally, we've waited half a lifetime to see
half of our lifetime
to see it done right, and I think we're gonna. I believe.
I feel like, what if I get to see on that day, and if it's good, and like J.J. Abrams is like in a store somewhere, and somebody's just gonna come up to him and just give him a giant
hug. Thank you, J.J.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's not gonna be able to, like, I mean, already I'm sure, but like after he's gonna be like, now he's gonna know how George Lucas.
Yeah. He like gave it back to us. Oh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I know it. Heck, the trailer has already given me more joy than the entire prequel series put together.
I remember being excited at that episode 1 trailer.
Yeah.
I remember paying, what movie was it that the episode 1 trailer was in front of?
Some dumb movie, I'm sure.
Some dumb movie. I'm sure people are, like, Derek is screaming.
Yeah, it was the blah, 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 blah.
I don't even remember.
Whatever it was. It was different times.
The fact that I would even do that, which I would never do that now. Like, that sounds like the stupidest thing. Like, all the people, like, even the people that were, like, watching Monday Night Football to watch a trailer, I'm like, it's going to be online, like the second. It was, like, within a minute.
Yeah.
I'm like, you watched a football game
for nothing.
Why are you watching football?
Yeah. That was not even a temptation. I had definitely had that much patience.
Yeah, because, like, as soon as it was online, I was like, click, done. Put it on the Chromecast, watch it in full on my giant, and I was like, oh, and then I hit,
and then you hit replay, and then replay again.
All right, we just
probably
stop talking about Star Wars, you guys. We just gotta.
Can't stop talking about Star Wars.
Is that the title?
The title. Either that or the nerds shall inherit the earth.
No.
Yeah. Then we can't stop talking about Star Wars. It's good.
You can't stop the Star Wars.
Can't stop.
You can't stop the Star Wars and the motion of the. I'm trying to think of words. It's too late.
I think if we go back and like listen to this, we're like, and at the end we're just like
Star Wars.
Star Wars. Star Wars good.
Star Wars sleepy time.
Star Wars sleepy time. Sleepy time Star Wars. Yeah. It's good.
Sleepy time Star Wars.
A late time ago and a Brendo House.
No.
Oh gosh.
No.
I can't even finish. I don't even know.
All right. On that note, I think it's time.
It's time.
Make sure you go to radiobrendo.com to check out all the stuff we got going on there. Go to BenviewNetwork.com. Listen to all those shows. I'd like to give a special shout out to our friends Mark Bolton and Tim Van Ostreve from Comic Nerds Unite because they did an entire episode about a promotional comic for Kentucky Fried Chicken that was given out at New York Comic Con, and it was very entertaining. And they actually, you can download it for free on Comixology because, of course, it's like, here, have this advertisement.
Right.
And it's about like, there's like an alternate Colonel Sanders, and he's like an evil Colonel Sanders from like one of the alternate Earths, and like it's really weird.
That's funny.
But it's funny hearing him talk about
Is
it.
it Norm Macdonald in the alternate universe?
But yeah, that podcast is entertaining.
Nice.
And I don't really read a lot of those kind of comic books, but I feel like I do now because I can listen to him talk about it. And I read that one because I'm like, I gotta read this
You gotta hear
Kentucky
about
Fried
that.
Chicken book.
That's sweet. Well, good job, guys.
And you also got like cool stuff like popsicles, which I think we're going to be recording a new one sometime soon. Derek got
a real microphone.
Well, he got a adapter, so because he has like an XLR microphone.
Okay.
So I think he got like a USB XLR adapter thing.
That's good.
So he got something.
No more.
No more broken freaking earbuds.
That still cracks me up.
That's ridiculous.
The fact that you didn't know, like, for all this time, that's
for
what
years,
he was doing too.
Years,
just assumed. That's funny.
It's ridiculous. What else?
Radio Brendo for
Doritos fan. We already said that.
Doritos
fan, Popvox Music, Brax Comics for a non-updating comic.
Catch up on the archive.
Feels like the school year is busy, you guys.
It's true.
So busy.
I was at the
going to the courthouse.
Two days in a row. You have to admit,
that's nuts.
That was crazy.
I would have.
I think you would have lost it. I can't believe that guy held it together. Honestly.
Well, again, there were men with guns.
Yeah, that's the only reason. Because if it was any other setting, there's no way he would have held it together.
People get shot by the police.
It's like they were trying to trick him into it. Almost, it felt like.
That's where I would have just gotten even more upset, and I would have been like, "Fine, like this is happening.
This is it. I don't care.
Going out in a blaze of glory.
Show you. All right.
Okay. I don't want to do it. I'm having too much fun.
That's good, but it's also like almost time to go trick or treating.
Should we be expecting that frantic call from?
Yeah, it's about to. We're about 10 minutes away from Janelle's panic call. You're dead. What happened to you?
Oh, I'm not like this. Oh. All right. Well, for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. We would have actually ended at a really decent time if you hadn't gotten here at like 11:30.
Yeah, it's a pretty relatively short one.
Well, not really, but
well, for us.
Oh, stretch.
Saying we've gone a lot longer.
I don't even know why I have these eBay alerts for Tyler Stout posters because it's like, here's a bunch of stuff. Oh, did you see this? Your show is on season 2.
I did. We haven't actually started watching season 2.
You watched that with the kids?
Yeah. Super good. You haven't watched it yet, huh? It's amazing. I'm telling you.
Oh, no, not this Halloween Havoc.
Wait, are we still on YouTube?
Oh, yeah.
Before we have another 8-hour YouTube?
Good night, YouTube.